Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges, performing arts center, museums, and most importantly, the Florida Gator football team. In the fall of 1990, Danny Rolling disturbed that peace by brutally murdering 5 college students: Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls, and Manuel Taboda. Gainesville will never forget. This is his trial. Hey guys, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Are you guys ready for some more expert witness testimony? This is Dr. Harry Kropp, and I think we're still on direct. I thought we were going to be on cross, but I think we're still on direct. So here we go.
Reviewed psychological tests, talked and interviewed various individuals. Have you formed any diagnosis or opinion concerning Mr. Danny Harold Rolling in regards to any emotional or mental disorders?
Yes, I have.
First of all, let me ask you, what is the purpose of a psychiatric or psychological diagnosis?
A diagnosis is primarily a classification system that's used primarily for communication, primarily between or among professionals so that they can communicate about an individual with regard to certain categories or classifications. And it's also used for the purpose of trying to establish particular treatment programs. So it's used for communication and planning purposes.
Can you now give us the diagnoses you have arrived at regarding Mr. Rolling?
Based on my entire evaluation, it's my opinion that Danny Rolling is a seriously disturbed, emotionally disturbed individual who actually has a number of diagnoses. The diagnostic categories that he falls in are both at what we call Access 1 and Access 2. The diagnostic system that is used by psychologists and psychiatrists is what we call multi-axial. That is, on Access 1, it has a diagnosis which is typically a diagnosis that is based on his current emotional status, and then the Access 2 diagnoses are those that have been pretty much enduring from childhood. The only exception to what I'm saying on Access 1 is some of the sexual disorders, which also have their beginnings in childhood. So essentially what I'm saying about Danny is all of the diagnostic categories that I've assigned to him are those that most likely began sometime during childhood and adolescence. I've diagnosed him with 3 general categories of diagnoses. The first types of diagnoses that I've given him are what we call personality disorders. And if I can explain that a little bit, everybody has personality traits. We all are somewhat, some of them are more compulsive than other people, some are neater than other people, some tend to be, some get more frustrated than others, but we all have certain personality traits, and that's normal. It's when these personality traits, which consists of the way we look at things, the way we think about these things, and the way we relate to the environment. When those traits are exhibited in a manner in which we consider inflexible or maladaptive or cause distress or hurt in some way to the environment or to ourselves, then it's called a personality disorder. So obviously, everybody has personalities. It becomes a personality disorder. That is, it becomes diagnostic when these traits are maladaptive or inflexible, and they create distress either for you or someone else in the environment. Danny his diagnostic profile consists of a number of different personality characteristics, which I would consider maladaptive and actually are diagnostic. They all, however, all the personality disorders that he exhibits are under the same type of category, the category or the cluster which we see as the more emotionally unstable type of individual. The first type of diagnosis that I gave him is what we call a borderline personality disorder. The second type of diagnosis that I gave him is what we call an antisocial personality disorder. And then the third type of diagnosis is what we call a personality disorder not otherwise specified. By that I mean that there are a number of maladaptive personality traits that exist within Danny Rolling, but they can't be categorized enough, or they don't meet all the criteria to actually reach a diagnosis. So we know they're maladaptive, they create problems for the individual, but they cannot be categorized into one particular category. And in fact, that is an acceptable diagnosis in the book that we use, the DSM-3R, which we use for diagnosing. So we have three separate categories. We have a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and then the other personality disorder, which consists of narcissism, obsessive compulsive,
In other words, he's messed up.
Histrionic, a person who's very dramatic, and all of these pretty much have overlapping features, all of these personality disorders. The second diagnosis beyond the personality disorders is alcohol and substance abuse, and that is basically an individual who maladaptively either uses alcohol or various illicit drugs to create maladaptive environmental interactions. And then the final diagnosis that we have is a paraphilia. A paraphilia is a sexual disorder, and this would be, in my opinion, the primary diagnosis for this individual. A sexual disorder which consists of, and I guess the easiest thing is really to read the definition of this. A paraphilia is a sexual disorder in which there is recurrent, intense sexual urges and or sexually arousing fantasies, generally involving other individuals. In this case, the paraphilia or the sexual disorder is what we call voyeurism. I guess the common term is that he's a peeping Tom, and it's of a severe nature.
Okay. Let me back up then and go through these various diagnoses with you. First of all, can you please explain the term borderline personality disorder? What is it? What are its characteristics? And then how Mr. Rolling fits those characteristics.
The borderline personality disorder, and I guess the terminology, which I think is a rather poor terminology because it sounds like it's something in between two other things when it says borderline, and that's not really what it's meant to be. It's a category by itself. The borderline personality disorder, according to the DSM-3, is a pervasive pattern of instability of self-image, interpersonal relationships, and mood, beginning at least by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts. I guess to put that in simpler terms, it's when a person, because of the way he thinks, the way he relates, the types of interactions are so incredibly intense, so incredibly extreme, that it becomes basically a maladaptive way of relating to the environment. There are certain core kind of features that we talk about in borderline, and basically the primary books that talk about the clinical features are the disturbance of a cognitive and emotional style. It's marked by poorly focused thinking, self-rumination, disorganization of thought processes under stress, impulsive actions in order to short-circuit unpleasant mental states, and a tendency to reach skewed conclusions. That is, that the person perceives things in a way that he or she wants to perceive and not necessarily based on reality. Those are the cognitive aspects of the borderline.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by cognitive aspects?
Cognitive means the way a person thinks. I divide this up into affective, that is the way a person feels, and cognitive, the way a person thinks. As I said, the other aspect of it, the emotional part of it, or the affect, is that the person is extremely labile. That is, and I'll say he in this case, considering Danny Rolling, is a person who tends to shift from extreme mood states. He can be way up, he can be way down. There's nothing that particularly creates this change in mood states. You can be going along feeling like this person is doing okay, and then the slightest kind of provocation, the person can change his mood state very, very easily. The borderline personality disorder is generally very immature. The person has real difficulty in terms of developing relationships with people or maintaining relationships, again, partly because of this immaturity, because of a tendency to manipulate, because of this tendency to shift in terms of the moods. The other person in this relationship is never quite sure how the other individual is going to act. The key theme for a borderline personality disorder is that the individual basically becomes overwhelmed by his environment at times and often thinks that he himself is always the victim. This person tends, again, to be overdramatic, histrionic, and tends to be manipulative in various situations.
Can you fit these criteria into examples with Danny Harold Rolling? How does Mr. Rolling's conduct, behavior, attitudes, etc., correspond to these characteristics of borderline?
Mr. Rolling's history shows that he has been impulsive at times. This is characteristic of the borderline. There's a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationship. Usually what happens in relationships for the borderline is that the person tends to overvalue or undervalue relationships. I can give you examples of two relationships, for example, that Mr. Rolling has been involved just since I have known him that would fit into the way he perceives relationships. The one is, and again, probably the best example is his relationship with Sandra London, who he has met, as far as I know, one time. This is what we call valuing a relationship or needing to be in a relationship and tending to overemphasize the aspects of that relationship, which may or may not be realistic. That's the kind of relationships that borderlines tend to get involved in. And I think if you look through the pattern of relationships in Mr. Rolling's life, with the exception, I would say, of his wife, who I believe that there was a genuine desire to make that relationship work. And I think, again, because of some of the things I've already mentioned in terms of his sensitivity and his lack of insight into what he does to contribute to the problems in the relationship, he was pretty much devastated when that relationship didn't work. But again, that's the kind of borderline kinds of things we're talking about. Some of the other aspects of the borderlines are this instability, marked shifts from baseline mood to depression, irritability, or anxiety, inappropriate intense anger, sometimes lack of control of anger, recurrent kinds of thoughts, even if they're gestures as opposed to actual suicide attempts. These are the various kinds of things that we see in the borderline personality disorder.
You use the term anger here. Is Mr. Rolling a person who is angry?
I think that Mr. Rolling has an incredible amount of underlying anger based on what has happened to him throughout his life in terms of his own beliefs that he was victimized as a child and his perception that he was victimized as a child and betrayed as a child. And that is something that has never been dealt with appropriately. And I think that it has resulted in a tremendous amount of underlying anger in Mr. Rolling.
Are there any other personality disorders or personality disorder traits that are characteristic of Mr. Rolling?
Mr. Rolling shows the antisocial personality disorder.
Okay. What is the antisocial personality?
The antisocial personality disorder is an individual who, I guess probably the best way to describe it, is a person who exhibits behavior starting at a relatively early age, and part of the diagnosis is that it has to be diagnosed diagnosed before the age of 15 with some of the aspects, but non-adjustment, it's a pattern of immature behavior, sometimes impulsive behavior, sometimes not learning from the consequences of your acts. And also the individual engages in various types of antisocial behavior. That could be criminal behavior or just behavior essentially against society. And looking at the history of Mr. Rowling and some of the things that he did before he actually engaged in any criminal behavior, I would say he fits this diagnosis as well.
Any other personality disorder traits?
I've mentioned
I don't think I've ever heard of a serial killer that hasn't been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. They kind of go hand in hand. Like, if you become a serial killer, that in itself is antisocial behavior. So it just is. So if you're a serial killer, you have antisocial personality disorder.
the histrionic, a person who tends to be overly dramatic, a person who may exaggerate situations. That doesn't mean that the person doesn't truly perceive that he is hurt in some way or that somebody has done something unjust to him, but it's usually communicated in a very exaggerated the other personality disorders, the antisocial and the borderline as well.
Do you have an opinion as to how personality disorders?
Well, yes and no. I wish our research was to the point where I could say this. Inherent in the diagnosis itself is the fact that these particular diagnostic problems started at an earlier age, which means that they started when Danny was younger. They started while he was in an environment which I have suggested has been an abusive environment, a dysfunctional family. So I would have to say that at least in part, the dysfunctional family environment was a contributor, particularly that Danny has exhibited.
Have there been any studies to indicate that there's a link between physical and emotional abuse and some of these personality disorders you've...
The antisocial personality disorders in many cases, and some, again, there are many individuals that have both of these personality styles, that there are studies which certainly show that many of the individuals with these diagnoses.
Does an individual consciously choose to be a borderline personality disorder?
No.
They consciously choose to have an antisocial personality disorder?
No.
Or any personality disorder?
I don't think people consciously choose what kinds of personality traits we have in general, obviously, as we go along and we have certain personality styles and ways to interact with the environment, we get certain rewards, certain reinforcement, certain punishments, and how we respond to those rewards and punishments are the environment for the rest of our lives. Unfortunately, there are certain individuals, and I think we know this from school situations, kids who come from a deprived background or don't get much reinforcement at home will act out in school, even if it's negative behavior, like getting out of your seat, just to get the attention. And when they get that attention, it reinforces that kind of behavior. So we're shaping this kid to engage in acting out behavior.
Are these border or personality disorders, both the borderline, the antisocial, and the others that you mentioned?
Well, I say because he has many of them and they all interact and they all overlap, I would say that certainly if we look at a personality disorder per se, it would have to be in the severe range.
How how does the borderline personality disorder, and the antisocial personality disorder, and these other personality disorders, how does it affect how Mr. Rowling operates on a daily basis? How does it affect his functioning?
Well, I think what I said, to do things based on the kinds of payoff or reaction there is to those, the way we behave. If we're behaving in certain ways, even if it's maladaptive and we're getting attention for it, or if we're getting some kind of gain or some kind of satisfaction, even though most of it is negative and understand why a person would do these things, it shapes that kind of behavior. So we have a person who gets into relationships for the sake sometimes of just whatever you can get out of the relationship. There, in most of his situations, has this strong desire to please, and he's been viewed by many people as a very, very nice and kind person. And is.
Am I here? I don't know what just happened. It kicked me out for some reason.
We often see them coexisting, and that individuals who have, again, typically never developed healthy, mature coping mechanisms will
Your diagnosis is a paraphilia, and you define that for us already.
Yes.
And then you describe that the paraphilia Mr. Rowling is having is known as voyeurism.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you've already given us a definition of that.
Yes.
Voyeurism begin? Can you trace it?
Specific peeping, I guess that's sort of the lay term for what we're talking about here.
What is
remember when he was 14 or 15 years old, a friend of his coming to him and saying, come and going over to a neighbor's house and seeing a 17 or 18-year-old girl getting out of the shower. And he indicated that that was the first time that he had ever engaged in that particular kind of behavior. Once he engaged in that particular act, it almost became a compulsion with him. It became extremely strong, and he started prioritizing his life around finding opportunities to start looking in windows. He would go out in the evening, he would be gone for 2-3 hours at a time, and majority of times in the beginning of his voyeurism, he would not only out of his shower, but he would actually sit for hours watching a family having dinner, watching television, sit around talking. According to Mr. Rowling, he was basically finding satisfaction of feeling that he finally belonged to a family, and that supplication but gave.
And think about it, like he was looking in other people's windows just to watch a happy family. That does kind of make me feel sad for him in a way. I don't want to feel sad for this monster, though. I really don't.
However, as he got older, again, this compulsion became greater, and the voyeurism started occurring on a much more frequent basis, several hours a night, sometimes several days a week. There have been various times in his life when the voyeurism decreased, particularly in the beginning of his marriage. However, once his wife got pregnant and their sexual relationship was problematic for him, he began engaging in the voyeurism again. And
okay, well, feeling sorry just went out the window. Didn't feel sorry for him for very long.
Mental illness.
It's a mental disorder.
Have you ever treated people for this before?
Yes. I have probably evaluated over 4,000 sex offenders. Probably 300 or 400 of those have been what we would consider voyeurs.
This voyeuristic mental disturbance that Mr. Rowling has, would you classify it as mild, moderate, or severe?
In his case, it's severe.
How strong is this compulsion in him? And in addressing that, I'm interested in how much control he has in dealing with this compulsion.
One of the things that not only Mr. Rowling, but other individuals who have this particular disorder will tell you is, I want it to stop. I don't feel good about it. I just can't help myself. And I'm saying that not in a legal sense, because I'm not saying that Mr. Rowling is insane. I'm not saying that Mr. Rowling did not know the wrongfulness of looking in windows, and I'm not saying that he couldn't stop himself under any conditions. If there were external conditions, for example, if there was a police officer or a security guard, or if his father was watching him, Mr. Rowling would turn around and not do this. But his inner resources, his internal controls were very, very weak, and that's pretty typical of individuals who engage in this particular activity.
Did he ever say he got caught engaging in voyeuristic activity?
He got caught a couple of times early on. He got caught, I believe, when he was 15 or 16 years old by a neighbor. And a neighbor came and had him basically, he just went home. And then another time, a neighbor came, and I can't recall whether the police came or the neighbor came and reported it to his father. And according to Danny, the father beat him pretty badly as a result of the father finding out about his voyeurism. Which is why I said before, when the father indicated to me that he didn't remember anything about this, because Danny got into trouble a couple times with the police, and at least one time with the neighbors. Danny even knew or felt that the various kids in his school were aware of it because basically they talked about it. But again, his compulsion was pretty strong in this area.
Do you find any manifestations of any other psychosexual disorders?
Danny described, but mostly from reading the reports of various girls that Danny dated after leaving Gainesville. There were a number of girls that he dated. Many of them indicated that one of the difficulties they had in their relationship with him, besides somewhat of a compulsive person in terms of cleanliness, was that he had difficulties in terms of achieving orgasm, of having an ejaculation. We call this delayed or inhibited ejaculation. That's considered a sexual dysfunction. That is not considered necessarily certainly it's not considered a deviant behavior, but we often see it in individuals who do have difficulty in terms of general dysfunction in terms of their life. It's one of the more difficult areas of sexual dysfunction to treat, and it's also seen usually as a manifestation of other types of problems with the individual.
Can you be more specific as to what types of problems are associated with this?
Well, usually an individual who has delayed ejaculation, and we're talking now about a person who wants to be able to ejaculate but has difficulty doing so. The dynamics we usually see are individuals who have pretty repressed childhood, pretty repressed sexual educations in their lives, and basically who have difficulty in terms of over control of their impulses. So we usually see those types of problems associated with that particular sexual dysfunction.
In the course of your speaking with Mr. Rolling, I assume that you would have spoken to him about the Gainesville homicide cases.
Yes.
Did you ever have any opportunity to review the statements by Mr. Rolling to law enforcement officers and Bobby Lewis?
Yes.
In your discussions with Mr. Rolling, was his account of his actions consistent with the statements that were given to law enforcement officers, both on videotape and audio tape?
Yes.
Did he ever try to hide or minimize in any way any of these moments?
Not that I can tell, no.
Did he ever say he got any excitement out of the situation that he created in Gainesville?
One of the things that I asked him early on, because of course I live in Gainesville and I read the papers and I experienced probably the same kinds of feelings that everybody else in Gainesville lived through, I asked him whether he received excitement just out of the idea of knowing the kind of stuff that was going on in the community, and he indicated that from that aspect, no, that he was not even, although he knew there were police officers around and that they were probably looking for him, he didn't read the papers and he didn't see TV or anything like that. He was pretty much living out in the woods during that time period. So from the excitement itself, he denied that he got any real gratification out of that.
Did he ever in any way try to blame any of the victims in this case for anything?
Not at all.
Dr. Kropp, in your opinion, was Danny Harold Rolling suffering from a mental disorder at the time of this offense?
Yes, it was my opinion based on my evaluation, the various personality disorders as well as the paraphilia. You put all of that together in an interaction, and it's my opinion that he was suffering from a serious mental disorder at the time of these offenses.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Skating for over 45 years has taken more
consumer commercial. I don't know what is going on with my hair? I don't know how to get hair in days. Oh, Lord.
Good afternoon, Dr. Crop.
Hello.
Now, your testimony began with the fact that you went down to Ocala on January 26, 1991 to meet with Danny Harold Rowland, correct?
Yes.
That was a Saturday morning and you did to go down and determine the competency of Danny Rowling because there was some question about his competency on a plea involving a robbery of a Winn-Dixie, correct?
That's correct.
It'd be unusual for you to go down on a Saturday morning on a case involving a competency issue on a Winn-Dixie robbery, would it not? For no money?
I guess it would depend. I've done a lot of work for the public defender's office there, but Ms. Jenkins, I believe, who called me, indicated that there was also a potential concern that Mr. Rowling was going to be potentially viewed as a suspect in the homicides.
Dr. Crop, let's cut through this. You knew when you went down there that Danny Rowling had already been identified as the prime suspect in the Gainesville student homicides.
I was not aware that he was a prime suspect. I knew that he was going to be a suspect.
Dr. Crop, would it surprise you that on Wednesday, January the 23rd, 1991, Danny Rowling was, that on Wednesday, January 23rd, 1991, the headlines in the Gainesville Sun was that a suspect had been tied to the student slayings. That on Thursday, in that same paper, the headline was, "Slaying suspect in Ocala jail since September." That'd be the 24th. On Friday, in that same paper, the headline would have been regarding, on Friday, January 25th, 1991, the headline was "Slaying suspect in Ocala jail since September," and he was identified in the lead paragraph as Danny Harold Rowling. Did you know that at the time?
I knew that at the time that Ms. Jenkins called me on Saturday morning that Danny was considered a suspect. I would not have been in town on Wednesday and Thursday. I may have read that on Friday, but I did know that he was going to be viewed as a suspect.
On January the 26th, the Saturday morning that you went down there, on the front page of the Gainesville Sun, would surprise you to find a picture of Danny Harold Rowling under the byline or headline, "Rowling's life has two sides."
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
So when you went down on the would you also be...
Okay, I'm a little confused as to why Rod Smith is like attacking this dude. I found him to be very neutral as far as, I mean, yeah, he's testifying for the defense, but he's very neutral. Like, he's just saying, like, what his evaluation of him is. He's not saying he wasn't responsible for what he did. He's just saying that he's extremely mentally ill. And anybody that does that to another human being is extremely mentally ill. That doesn't excuse it. So I don't know why Rod Smith is going so hard at this guy. I don't know. Do you agree? I feel like he's going too hard at this guy right now.
Surprised to find out that the Ocala newspaper, carried similar headlines on each of those days about Danny Rowling being connected by DNA tests to the Gainesville student slayings.
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
So when you went down and you got there that morning to talk with him, the fact that he seemed a little distracted or disturbed would not surprise you, given the fact that he now apparently knew, that he was a prime suspect in the Gainesville student. You spent with him that day, you spent a little while talking to him about his competency, and you did
Did I lose audio to the stream? Oh. Maybe. But with that many personality disorders, could you really be that malingering? You'd have to be a pretty good actor. Oh, I just paused it. But right before I paused it, did the audio stop? Because StreamYard said my audio got disconnected. I don't know. I just paid for it today and now it's acting up. It was perfect when it was free. Now okay, let's try this again. God, back off a little bit. Okay, I refreshed it.
Guilty by a trier of thinking he was facing a Winn-Dixie robbery charge, now finding that he was the suspect in 3 rape murders would be, I think to use your term, seeming a little distracted at times. Wouldn't that distract most people?
I would expect it, yes.
You talked about your testifying before on this occasion. I think this is an anniversary, according to my records, this is your 60th time testifying in phase 2.
Can you hear it now? Okay, can you hear me? Do some ASR sunflower seeds. I don't know why it keeps disconnecting the video from the... That's weird.
Phase 2 proceedings. That is, in death penalty cases, in phase 2, talking about factors of mitigation or aggravation. Would that be comport with your records?
I don't know what an anniversary that is, but yes, that would be correct statistic.
And I find that in all 60 cases at phase 2, you've actually testified for the defense every time. Is that not true?
No, that is not true.
Your testimony today was that you had 3 or 4 that you testified for the defense.
For the state.
For the state, excuse me.
Yes.
And all the remainder of the time, you've always testified, been hired by, and testified for the defense.
I've been appointed by the court, but testified for the defense.
That includes even a circumstance recently, if I may go to a couple of specifics, one in which a man was found guilty by a trier of fact, the jury, of rape and kidnap and murder, and you testified that his mitigator in Levy County, I believe this was that he had a learning disability.
If I can clarify, sir, when I...
Well, did you do that?
No, I did not. If I can clarify?
Go ahead.
When I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I don't say that A, B, or C is a mitigator. I just give the results of my evaluation. It's up to the trier of fact to make a determination as to whether something is or is not a mitigator.
Okay, for instance, you wouldn't be saying today that narcissism or histrionic personality is a mitigator, would you?
I'm trying to describe Danny Rowling from a psychological standpoint. It's up to the jury to determine whether that's a mitigator or not.
Now, let me ask you, not only did you find Mr. Rowling to be competent as a result of your January 26, 1991 interview, and we'll return to that, but you were provided where you got some other information regarding other healthcare professionals that reviewed Danny Rowling as it pertained to that Ocala charge. In particular, do you remember reviewing anything by a Rodney Petter?
Yes, sir. I reviewed that afterwards.
You have been provided that by, who provided you most of the information in this case?
I would say that I got it all from the public defender's office.
That would be Mr. Kearns and Mr. Parker in his office?
Yes, sir.
And they provided you a copy of Dr. Petter's report to the court in that same case that you were asked about competency?
Yes.
And it is true, is it not, that in that report it was reflected that Danny had completed the 10th grade in school and that he had said that he had wanted to enter the Air Force and that he did subsequently enter the Air Force, did he not?
Yes.
And that the person who signed for him to permit him to go into the Air Force was his father.
Correct.
You also found, as in that same report, and I'm referring now to page 3 of that report, that during the history that Danny gave to Dr. Petter, he admitted that he had had several prior brushes with the law and convictions, etc. But in particular, he admitted, did he not, that he had violated his probation when he left Jackson, Mississippi without permission, but he stated that his father had straightened it out, didn't he?
That's what he told Dr. Petter, yes.
He also stated that after his father had straightened it out, after that provision, that that his probation had been transferred to Shreveport, where he had lived with his parents. Did he not?
Yes.
So we know now that his father not only signed for him to go in the Air Force, did his father tell you in fact, he opposed his going in the Air Force because he thought he was too immature at the time, didn't he?
I'm not sure if he told me that, but I would think that that would go along with what he thought.
But he did what Danny wanted and signed for him, didn't he?
Apparently, yes.
And when Danny violated probation in Mississippi, the person who got him out of trouble there was his father, straightened it out, didn't he?
According to these records, yes.
And those records are based on information given by Danny Rowling, aren't they?
Yes.
You also found that Dr. Petter, somewhat, I think, consistent with your findings, said the following as to his results or findings on his, as to Danny Harold Rowling. I find him to be quite lucid and coherent, and I suspect cognitive test results may represent an underestimate of actual ability level secondary to his lack of full effort during testing. Lack of full effort during testing, is that a term that you discussed under the title malingering?
I don't believe so. He was referring to the results of Dr. Honickman, who was another psychologist in Ocala, who did intellectual testing, and I believe the results of that intellectual testing showed that Danny was not functioning.
You nailed it just because he thinks he's malingering. I don't think with that many different personality disorders, I don't see how you can fake that. But I understand that people that are low self-esteem and have been beat down by a parent like that, they don't try as hard because they don't think they can, so they don't try as hard. And I'm kind of like that in a lot of ways because there are times that I just like don't sweat the details, like because I know I can't do it perfect. So I figure I'll do the best that I can and then won't try harder. You know what I mean? Like, cause like I'm still, even my mom's been gone for over 30 years and, I'm an adult now, but I still like, she's in the back of my head telling me that I'm not good enough, that I can't do it. And so sometimes I could go above and beyond, but I just don't with things. And I realize now that I do that, like looking back over my nursing career and stuff, I realize a lot of places where I just could have done better and I just didn't. And that started as a teenager because of my mom. And I'm trying to work out of that, but when you've done it your whole life, it's hard. But yeah, I don't see that as malingering. I just see that as being a beat down, low self-esteem individual. So, yeah, I don't think he's malingering. I think it's just he's a product of the way he was raised and mentally ill.
At an average level, which certainly he, from other testing and my own experience with Danny, he is capable of better intellectual ability.
Well, the test results you've reviewed, other than Dr. Honickman's at the time, the test results you've reviewed have shown that his intelligence level has always been well within the range of what we consider normal.
Yes.
And that he is, from a cognitive point of view, certainly within the realm of where the great majority of the population sits.
Correct.
You also had an opportunity to determine that Danny Rowling had previously been seen, and this was material provided to you, I'm sure, by the state of Louisiana Department of Health and Hospitals, that Danny Rowling had actually been seen in Shreveport at a health center as early as (1989), had you not?
I believe November 88 is actually the date that he was seen.
Okay.
I can see.
I think you're right, and the report seems to be prepared a little later, but he was seen in the Louisiana Health Center. And he was seen there, and did you have an opportunity to review that document?
Yes, I did.
And that document is the occasion, I think we had testimony this morning about this, by the way, that he had been taken there to be seen by some family members and friends, by a mother and friend.
Then maybe, as far as I knew, a lady by the name of Bunny Mills had taken him.
And it is true, is it not, that on that...
And it's weird because I was having a conversation with my brother one day. My half-brothers are a lot older than me. And I think probably because of the different father and mom being younger when she had them, like we don't have like shared childhood experiences because they're so much older than me. But the youngest one, I started kindergarten the year he graduated from high school. So we're the closest in age, and we were home together for a little while. And I didn't realize that we both got the same kind of abuse until one day we were talking about it, and he's like, yeah, I do the same thing. We're perfectionists. That's why we do that. If we can't do it perfectly, we don't want to do it. That's what that is. And yeah, that comes from the way mom treated us. And I was like, oh, okay. And like, I was probably in my it's probably my late 20s when we had this conversation. And I was like, oh, that makes so much sense now. Because it's just, we weren't at home together. You know what I mean? To hear the verbal abuse that he got from my mom. So, but yeah, so we all kind of got it. I just didn't see them get it because they were out of the house before I was. So, yeah, my brothers got it too. I just wasn't there, or, I wasn't born yet to see it.
Document, he was asked if he'd had any problems, and apparently the only problem that he said he had was that he was having some memory difficulty. That would be on page 17666. You should have.
I don't know what page. The report that I have that said he was admitting to something with depression secondary to losing his job. We may be looking at a different report.
I show you now a document and ask you if you've had an opportunity to review this document from the application for adult services date. I'm sorry, this was the March 10th, 1989, not November 1988.
Okay.
Now, back on the same wavelength?
Yes.
Okay. Have you got this one?
I don't have that with me now.
Did you have an opportunity to review this?
I believe so.
And it is true, is it not, that in this document, this is one where he was taken for help, and the response of the therapist was that the client stated he resented coming to the MHC to have one pick my brain, said he was only coming to satisfy concerns of his mother and woman companion. His behavior was inappropriately hostile and sarcastic. He denied all problems and took a demeaning view of psychiatry and those who worked in the field, was screened and did not request services.
That would not surprise me.
But that's what you found when he was taken by his family members to get help.
Yes.
You also had, I think you testified to, a significant amount of history that had to do with his being at several institutions. I think you mentioned Alabama among those. And among those, you were provided the health records from Bryce Mental Hospital, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And it is true, is it not, that this took place apparently in 1979, this placement in Bryce Medical Hospital, and the product was typed in January of 1980. Is that the documents that you're referring to?
Correct.
And it is true, is it not, that during that period of time, Mrs. Rowling was interviewed by the mental health practitioners at that institution?
That's correct.
And among the things that Mrs. Rowling said at that time is she reported being too lenient and stated that she would lie to protect the children if they did something wrong.
That's what she said, yes.
So the person that you had know that as early as 1979 said she would lie to protect the children if they'd done something wrong, that's the same person whose version of the family history you relied upon, is it not?
She is one of the individuals, yes.
As opposed to Kevin Rowling version of the family history, which you discounted, even though it's true, isn't it, that Kevin's recollection of the family history is very similar to that of his father.
I'm not saying I discounted it. I'm indicating that Kevin himself said he doesn't remember a lot.
Isn't it true that Kevin Rowling's version of events are largely consistent with the recollection of James Harold Rowling as to what the family was like?
That would be true, yes.
And you don't have either of them having ever said they would lie to protect the family, do you?
No, not that I know.
Only the mother.
According to this record, yes.
It is also true that
Well, when the punishment is out of proportion to whatever they did, then I don't know. I don't have kids. I have stepdaughters, but I don't have kids of my own. But if the kid does something that's not that bad, and you know that their dad would beat the crap out of them for some little something they did, I would probably lie about it too. Because if the punishment doesn't fit the crime, you know what I mean? Like, because you could accidentally kill somebody if you're just beating the crap out of them. You don't want your husband to kill your kid for whatever imagined thing they might have done. So I kind of don't blame her about that.
in that interview, for his, and as reflected on his report of psychological evaluation in 1980 from a 1979 interview, that Mr. Rowling indicated, meaning Danny Rowling.
Yeah, I can't stand liars. Like, I don't lie. Like, not even like well, sometimes like a feel good lie, you know, like how do I, you know, do you like my dress? How do I look in this dress? Or, you know, whatever. What is, you know, like my new haircut, those kind of lies. But usually I don't like to lie, and I try not to lie. But I think in that case, I would, just to keep my kids from getting beaten over whatever little thing. But yeah, I agree that honesty is the way to go. Because as a kid, I was taught, tell me what you did. You might not get in trouble for it. But if you lie to me, you will absolutely get in trouble for the lie you told. So that's the way I was raised, and that's kind of the way I go through life. And in this case, yes, it would have been better if, because, you know, if someone says, oh, yeah, I lie about such and such, then how are you ever going to believe them? Like little Woody in the YSL trial. He said, I don't ever tell the truth. So when you don't know when he's telling the truth or not, or if he ever tells the truth, because he just said, and by saying I never tell the truth, you don't know if that's true or not.
That he had successfully completed high school, had an honorable service record, had a steady job, married, and had a child. Did he make those indications? I would be now referring to what's marked as 8907 page.
I remember reading that. I don't see that specifically here. Yes, I have that.
Well, as a matter of fact, he didn't complete high school, did he?
I'm not sure where you're reading from. The way I read it says Mr. Rowling quit school to join the Air Force and obtained a GED in service.
Excuse me. Look to the highlighted section. See if you've seen that before.
It doesn't exactly say that Mr. Rowling said that, but that's what it indicates in the report.
Well, let me just ask you that. Insofar as it says he successfully completed high school or had an honorable discharge from the Army, that information would in fact be false, would it not?
Yes.
Insofar as it said he had a steady job, that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And insofar as it said that he married and had a child, that would be true, but you would say, would you not, that his marriage was one that was highly unstable?
I agree with that, yes.
And the instability of that marriage was, among other things, if I could digress just a moment back to some other things you said, The instability of that marriage was in large part of what you diagnosed here as his paraphilia, and that is to say that he engaged in constant peeking during the marriage.
During some portions of it.
And when his wife was pregnant, it disturbed her to find out that her husband was out peeking on other women in the neighborhood and masturbating. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You wouldn't find that an unusual reaction, would you?
No.
Referring now to the Bryce records again, do you recall it being said in those records as to Danny Rolling, he greatly respects his police officer father, but regrets that he was always so busy when Mr. Rolling was growing up. The two were not very close. He sees both his parents for their continued loving concern under these unfortunate circumstances. That's what he said, isn't it?
Yes.
When he was asked to describe his home in that same interview, he described his home and life as follows, did he not? That he was born and raised in Shreveport, Louisiana, and both father and mother grew up along with one brother. He describes a good home situation. His father was a police officer, and there was some failure at discipline, indicating some leniency and at times over strictness. That was in that record, was it not?
Correct.
Objection, counsel is testifying.
And then at the conclusion of Thomas L. Smith's report, he indicates that Danny, in reference to Danny Harold Rolling, in 1980, he tends to blame others, and there is an antisocial trend. Interview behavior reveals general cooperativeness, with some aggressivity and manipulative behaviors noted, with some impulsivity. He was very dramatic at times. You would agree with that today, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
And he tends to blame others, does he not?
In some areas.
Now, among the materials that you also reviewed but did not reference during your testimony would be a letter that was written by Danny Harold Rolling's father in I'm not sure that I have that dated. This would be written to the Director of Business Services, the State of Alabama Department of Mental Health at Bryce Hospital. We know it was in 79 to 80 because he was writing on behalf of his son, was he not?
That's correct, and I believe that I did reference to it, but I'm aware of what you're referring to.
And that letter, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages, was written by James Harold Rolling on behalf of his son, was it not?
As far as I know, it was written in response to a letter that was sent from Bryce requesting an interview with the parents of Danny Rolling.
And in that letter, and I'm addressing now particularly well, before I go further, you would basically say this letter was very supportive of his son, wouldn't you?
It's supportive of his son. It tends to blame the wife for most of Danny's problems.
Well,
The wife, Danny's wife.
it says it tends to blame Danny's wife because didn't Danny say at the time that many of the things that had led him to criminal misconduct as early as 25 years old were because his marriage had broken up? Wasn't that one of Danny's stories at one time?
Correct.
And at that point in time, he wasn't blaming his home life, he was blaming his wife because of the divorce as to how he got into being an armed robber, wasn't he?
Yes.
But in this letter, Danny's father writes, and I quote, "Shared all we had. Danny wasn't strong enough to handle so many things happening to him at once. I did try to help. Hope I didn't fail him." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You also remember his father saying, "We've always been a close family. Though we always loved one another, said our thanks and prayed." Do you remember that?
I see that.
Do you remember him saying, "Hurts me and his mother. We couldn't do any more for him. Like I told Danny, son, I'm not a doctor. Please get some help. God my witness, I wish it." Do you remember that?
I've read that.
And at the conclusion of that letter, it's true, is it not, that he said, in referencing his visit with his son, I could tell his spirit was extra low. He said, Dad, to me one day, maybe I won't be a burden to you and Mother always. I said, son, we all love you. He said, Dad, do you really? I said, son, it takes time to get healed and we'll get over things. I said, some things we just have to accept. He acted strange. I felt uneasy about him. I knew he was hurting more ways than I could tell. That's the conclusion of that letter, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, you would have to typify that letter as not only supportive, but manifesting a lot of love by his father, wouldn't you?
At least in the letter, that's correct.
And it is also true that this letter was written at a time after Danny, before I go to that, you know that Danny's father was a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
He had been a career law enforcement officer.
Correct.
And this letter was written at a time after Danny had already been in trouble with the law before, wasn't it?
Yes.
And after that letter was written, and after Danny was released, Danny returned where?
Came home.
And when he went home, he didn't have a job right away, did he?
Not as far as I remember.
And in fact, the person who paid his bills, paid his food, gave him clothing was his father, wasn't it?
As far as I know.
But now, did you have an opportunity to also review the Mississippi State Penitentiary?
Okay, this may be an unpopular opinion, but I think that abusers genuinely love their family. They just are the way they are, and they can't help it. Like I always say about my mom, I know my mom loved me, but she raised me like she was raised. And I think I probably got it less than she did. Like she was verbally abused. And if I believe my aunt said that she was also SA'd by my grandfather. My mom swears up and down that she wasn't. But I think she just repressed it. But at any rate, I think I was raised strict, and I think she was raised stricter. My mom married at 15, I think, to get out of the house. But after she got married, she eloped. She went back home and lived at home with her parents for a week before she even told them she was married. So that's how bad her home life was. Mine was nowhere near that bad. So I think she loved me. I just think that she was very, very strict because she was raised that way. So I don't doubt that Danny Rolling's father loved him. I think he was just the way he was because with all the mental illness and everything in his family, that's just how he was. Not to condone it, but some people are just that way.
Classification matrix and institution classification committee review reports?
Yes, I don't have those with me, but I reviewed them.
Well, do you recall one of the areas where a person is classified is as to their willing?
Yeah, abuse is about control. And that's the way it was with my mom, because it was about controlling me. I didn't know how to adult. She died when I was 21. I didn't know how to do anything. I couldn't cook. I couldn't even wash clothes. Like, I couldn't do anything for myself at 21. She didn't let me go places with my friends. I couldn't do anything. It was all about control. And so, they talk, like couples abuse, they isolate them. So they don't have a backup system to go to. So they can't get away. It's about control.
Excuse me, just one second. One of the areas where they're classified is questions about their employment status. And the three score because of disability, or not motivated to work, or refuses to work in administrative segregation or disciplinary detention. It was, in fact, Danny was found to either to be a person who refused to work or had been placed in administrative segregation or disciplinary detention.
At times.
It is true, is it not, that Danny has been evaluated, I don't know through how many numbers. He's been evaluated over the years by numbers and numbers, psychiatrists and psychologists, has he not?
I don't think it's fair to say over the years. I would say in the last 5 years, he has seen a number of psychiatrists and psychologists.
And in reference to competence, there's not a single case in his case jacket of all the years he's been in criminal difficulties that he's ever been found incompetent, has he?
Some of the psychologists and psychiatrists have found him, but overall, in terms of the judicial system, he has not been found incompetent as far as I know.
Did you also have, among the materials that you reviewed, information from Florida State Prison?
Yes.
Including an initial intake assessment for the correction, performed by the corrections. And it's true, is it not? Rowling reported his mother's birth is essentially normal, except for his delivery, which is assisted with forceps and caused some temporal swelling due to blood clots, but no apparent permanent damage. He weighed 8 pounds, 10 ounces at birth and was further described,
Blood clots and no apparent.
but no apparent permanent damage. He weighed 8 pounds, 10 ounces at birth and was further described by his mother as a quiet and happy baby. Correct?
That's right.
Later, she also goes on to say, his mother added that he was an excellent student until he was required to repeat the 3rd grade. She said shortly thereafter, his grades got worse, his self-esteem went down, and he became increasingly more belligerent with his father. Correct?
Correct.
I've reviewed this, and in this report, there's some discussion by Danny of being abused, is there not?
I believe Danny reports that, yes.
But Claudia Rowling in that interview doesn't say anything about the father's abuse, does it?
That would not surprise me, though.
The answer to my question is yes or no. Does she say anything about it or not?
Not that I can see in the report.
Now, Danny Rowling on January the 26th, when you visited with him, essentially, very shortly after the interview started, spontaneously began to discuss with you the Gainesville student murders, didn't he?
It wasn't shortly after, but it was spontaneous.
And thereafter, he spoke for hours with you about them, didn't he?
That's correct.
During the course of that interview, you learned a lot of things about Danny Rowling, one of which was he was competent, correct?
Yes.
Among other things you learned is that information, I think, was that Rowling had joined the Air Force at age 17, and how he had gotten to do that was he threatened his father that if he didn't sign for him, he'd never see him again. So his father signed for him, didn't he?
That's what Danny told me, yes.
Now, he also told you at that time that he was discharged with an opportunity for an upgrade in terms of his discharge if he stayed out of trouble, but in fact, he never did stay out of trouble.
That's correct.
He told you he wanted to get a lot of stuff off his chest at that time, correct?
Essentially, yes.
And you described him as being very anxious to talk.
Yes.
You talked about his first marriage and his only marriage, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he had asked for help but never got any during that first interview, didn't he?
Yes.
But in fact, you have subsequently learned that he had gone to, at least twice had been taken to clinics and hadn't gotten any help, even though family members had tried to get him help.
That's correct.
And you have subsequently found that he was in Rice Institution and apparently was evaluated there and never specifically indicated he wanted any help.
Not at that time, that's correct.
Danny Rolling was never sexually abused by his father. You found that out.
Not that he ever
Never.
told me, no.
Never sexually abused by his mother.
Correct,
Never sexually abused by his brother.
correct.
You found out that his parents at that time appeared to have remained married for some 40 years.
Yes,
There had been brief episodes of separation,
15 to 20 times.
each of them brief.
I'm not sure how long they were, some of them longer than others, but overall, pretty much brief.
You found that Danny had a brother at that time, didn't you?
Yes,
And that his brother was about 1 year younger than him.
correct.
You've had an opportunity not only to talk with Kevin, but you had a deposition provided to you of Kevin Rolling's sworn testimony, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Kevin grew up in the same house with Danny, didn't he?
Correct,
Kevin grew up with the same mother and father under the same circumstances as much as can be considered, considering they were just 1 year apart, correct?
yes,
That would be considered relatively the same environment for two children, would it not?
yes,
Rollings testified that he went through an ordinary childhood, didn't he?
in the deposition, that's what he said.
He told you that he had recollections of of great times in his childhood, didn't he?
Yes,
I think he termed it June bugs and clover, and he remembered playing in the backyard and being close to his brother, didn't he?
that's what he said in the deposition.
When Kevin was asked about the way his father disciplined, he said he didn't remember his father ever hitting him, ever hitting Danny, or ever hitting his mother, didn't he?
Correct,
What he said was that he remembered lengthy lectures, didn't he?
yes,
That is exactly what James Harrell told you was the method by which he disciplined his children, isn't it?
that's true.
He said, and was asked specifically about whipping, he never remembered anybody in his house getting a whipping,
That's correct,
but that his dad would raise hell with them, or verbally, wouldn't he?
yes,
Now, you know Kevin went in the military, didn't he?
yes,
He stayed in the military several years successfully, didn't he?
yes,
He came out and he got employed, and as far as you know, has remained employed successfully about 35 miles from Shreveport, hasn't he?
yes,
He describes his relationship with his father today as a great relationship, doesn't he?
he says it's better now than it has been.
You said in your testimony that he didn't have a lot of childhood recollections, but I want to ask you some specifics. He recalled his father having bought some acreage on Lake Vistano, didn't he?
I don't recall, but I will take your word for it
Well,
when camping.
and that he didn't really, and they would go fishing
Yes,
and hunting,
correct,
but that Kevin wasn't really into the fishing trips, but Danny loved it.
correct.
StreamYard is giving me fits today. That's what's happening. And I don't know why. I was just looking at Court TV's website to see if his brother is going to testify, and he's not. That's probably why my feed got choppy. Because I was multitasking.
Visit in Mississippi.
And at that time, his brother was asked whether or not Danny told him any reason why he had committed these armed robberies.
Yes.
And at that time, his brother, Kevin, said, I don't know that Danny ever had a reason for doing anything. He just done it. If he did have a reason, I never heard it.
That's what Kevin said.
Yeah, I'm still on Wi-Fi. That's gonna to be a while. What I can do, I can't do it today, but maybe when my husband gets home, I can see about taking the computer into the living room and connecting it right into the where the router plugs in. I don't know if I can do that or not. Because until I find a permanent place, like when I get my studio set up and get a second router or figure out how to plug it straight into it, I don't know. I need my stepdaughter to come clean out that room so I can set up my studio, because this is just a temporary. And I'm on the back side of the house and the router's on the front side of the house. It's not a big house. I'm just saying I can't run a cable. We don't have a setup where I can run a cable from the router to here. I'd have to actually move the computer.
He described his father as a strong disciplinarian, didn't he?
Talking about Kevin?
Yes. He also said he didn't associate that with getting whippings, didn't he?
Not that he could remember, no.
He also remembered, among his childhood memories, with the fact that his mother would typically eat in front of the television and that they would eat with their father.
That's what Kevin said.
He also remembered that on Sunday meetings, the whole family would sit down and have a Sunday dinner together. And that was part of their household ritual.
That's what Kevin said.
Now, Kevin also remembered some complaints in the neighborhood about Danny, though, didn't he?
Correct.
And those complaints were about Danny's peeping on the neighbors.
Yes.
And in one of your interviews with Dr. McMahon, Betty McMahon, she was actually present at the time you did some interviews with Danny Rowling himself about this peeping in the neighborhoods when he was a boy.
Yes.
Now, the first person he went peeping with wasn't any spirit. It was a neighbor boy about 15 years old. Wasn't it?
That's correct.
And they went over and they peeped on a girl, and they had that episode. They didn't get caught that time, did they?
No.
But Danny was attracted to it so much that he constantly did it after that, and it began to grow, and it became an obsession with him, didn't it?
That's true.
He also told you that his father finally found out about it, didn't he?
Yes.
And that his father finally caught him peeping in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And that, however, before his father had done anything about it, isn't it true that Danny told you that at least 3 different neighbors had come to the house and complained?
Yes.
And that his father hadn't done anything to him about it, even though 3 neighbors had complained about him peeping in their houses.
I'm not sure what the father did about it, and the father indicated he doesn't remember that.
But he does remember that it was after that his father caught him. He beat the hell out of him.
Danny remembers that, yes.
But as to Danny's record,
Yeah, I can't figure out if Kevin is misremembering or if Kevin doesn't want to talk about what really happened with his dad, because it seems like he's resolved it in his head and he gets along with his dad now. So, or like I said about my mom, like I had no clue. Can you guys hear me? Because my mic keeps going to red when I'm talking. See, it's red now. Now it's green. Maybe it's because it's too hot. Like it's peeking out or something. Okay. Yeah, like maybe he's misremembering, or he remembers, but he's resolved that, like, water on under the bridge kind of a thing. And so he's got an okay relationship, or maybe even a good relationship with his dad now. And he doesn't want to bring up old bad memories, or he doesn't want his dad to know that he is saying bad things about his childhood, because he doesn't want to destroy whatever semblance of a relationship he has with his dad now. So I can see that. I am surprised, though, that he didn't, or, well, maybe that's why he didn't testify. I mean, if my brother, well, I don't know what I'd do if my brother did something like this. But if it was death penalty or life in prison, I think I would testify for life in prison. I can get his dad not testifying, but why didn't his brother testify? They were close when they were kids. That's kind of weird. I think it's weird.
Election, at least 3 times, neighbors from the neighborhood came to the house and told his father about his peeping, and we have no evidence whatsoever to suggest his father did anything about that, do we?
Not as far as I know, it's correct.
In fact, that would seem quite tolerant, wouldn't it?
I think you can interpret it that way. You can also interpret it that he would like to shove it under the rug and pretend it didn't happen.
Okay. But not someone who, on the first pretense of some complaint about his child, took an opportunity to grab and beat his child, because we know at least 3 neighbors came and he didn't do anything.
As far as we know, yes.
And as far as we know, James Harold Rowland, even after he found out about the peeping of his son in the neighborhood, what you call voyeurism, and that was not just peeping, by the way, it was usually accompanied by masturbation, wasn't it?
That's part of voyeurism.
It was pretty much of a sexual thing he was doing, correct?
Correct.
And even after his father found out about it, even caught him in it, there's no evidence to suggest his father ever told the mother about it.
That's probably true.
Now, Kevin was specifically asked if he ever remembered any incidences where Danny and him were supposedly handcuffed. Kevin didn't remember such an incident, did he?
That's correct.
But he does remember that his dad taught him how to box.
Kevin, you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Took him to football games.
Yes.
And I think he talked about him taking him on vacations too, didn't he?
Some.
But he mentioned one of the problems was that Kevin's remembrance is that one of the problems was that his father worked so hard, he carried at least one job all the time.
Correct.
Skating from
Yeah, that too. Especially how hard Rod Smith is going at everybody. Well, I don't know why he's going so hard.
reviewed what we call mail cover. That would be letters that were provided by the public defender to you that were letters either written by to Sandra London or some other family member, correct?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review those letters as part of your consideration in determining that
I
this
also
family
wanted
was...
to say this guy, I didn't realize that he was a public defender. I don't know why. But until just a minute ago, that's a good attorney for, I mean, I know public defenders are good attorneys, but I'm just saying, usually, like, the stereotypical public defender, you always say that to get a good defense, you have to have a lot of money. But I think this guy's doing a really good job. Not that I want the defense to win, but I think he's doing a really good job. I think Danny Rolling's getting good representation with this guy. Didn't work, but I still think he's doing a good job.
Do you remember a particular letter that Danny wrote about a dog named Rocky?
I may have read it, I don't remember specifically.
I don't want to know anything about a dog.
But among those letters, talks about December 24th, 1959, Christmas Eve, doesn't it?
I really can't recall
You
specifically.
recall his talking about his father bringing, that it was a tough Christmas, they didn't have a lot, but that his father made the Christmas when he brought home a puppy.
Yes, I recall that.
It was a puppy that he had recovered, but his father had taken that puppy and he gave him milk, and the puppy drank so much milk that his stomach got hard, and he said it was hard as a rock. And they said, well, let's name the dog.
I recall that.
Do you recall Danny saying that they didn't have much that year, but that his father made Christmas special?
Yes.
And do you remember Danny saying that for all the rest of the time that dog was alive, that dog was something very special to him?
Yes, sir.
Now, all of the information that you've gotten, except from James, Harold, and Kevin, about the family, you got it from the mother's side of the family, correct?
Yes.
And among the letters that you talked about was, or that you relied on, was a letter from Agnes Mitchell, was it not?
It was one of the depositions I read.
And Agnes Mitchell made all sorts of accusations about abuse and terrible abuse in the Rowling household, didn't she?
She did.
But what you found out was that Agnes Mitchell herself was a severely abused wife.
Correct.
And in fact, when you were asked, couldn't this just be a matter of her projection? Projection is a term, I think, and I'm not a psychiatrist, but isn't that a term that says that you're projecting onto someone else your own experiences?
Correct.
And isn't it true that you said, when asked whether or not her rendition of that family history could be a result of her own projection, you said that's possible?
I'm saying that she could be sensitive to that, and certainly that could lead to exaggeration. I don't think that would lead to a total fabrication, however.
One of the things that you learned as early as July 26th is that when Danny was talking about the person who committed those crimes, he said, "I can't believe that was me," didn't he?
Something along those lines, yes.
And he talked about all the various reasons and things that happened of the crimes. But I just want to clarify this. During that entire interview, he never mentioned anybody named me. Jim and I didn't.
No.
Never came up.
He mentioned demons, but he didn't mention Gemini by name.
And in that, by the way, just to make clear on this, Danny Rowling was, at that time, as early as January 26th, and continuing today, a person who stayed aware of newspaper articles and things that have been written about the crimes.
I don't know that.
Now, before you got appointed on this case after January 26, you got appointed in February. Did you tell Mr. Kearns that you'd already been down there?
Yes, Mr. Kearns was aware of that.
In fact, Mr. Kearns, didn't he really know you went down there that Saturday?
Yes.
In fact, didn't Mr. Kearns help arrange for you to be called to go down there?
I don't know that.
How soon after you went down there did you tell Mr. Kearns that you'd been down there?
Probably that same weekend.
Now, of course, you weren't talking to Mr. Kearns about anything about the Winn-Dixie robbery, was Mr. Kearns?
No.
So you had really gone down under pretext to get ready for the Gainesville student murder cases, right?
I don't think.
Your Honor. Stay.
Okay, so he didn't tell this guy about Gemini. So is the multiple personality thing malingering, or did he just not tell him? What do you guys think?
After January the 26th, and I'll come back and we'll go through the scenes, but you found, you interviewed him on several other occasions at Florida State Prison.
Correct.
And one of the things that you found about Danny, even at Florida State Prison, in your interviews, on at least two of them became very irritating to you, is that Danny's concern while in prison, or his attention, would be immediately diverted if there was a female attorney or a female employee around.
He was diverted by a lot of things. That was one of them.
And in fact, you had to talk to him a couple of times about the fact that he needed to pay attention to what he was doing. In fact, one time you even said, do you want us to stop what we're doing and you can get over this?
On one occasion, that's correct.
Because he was looking at a couple of women through the window.
Yes.
Ms. McMahon had the exact same problems, didn't she?
At that same particular time, yes. I don't know what other problems she had with him.
Now, Danny Rowling said that the Gainesville he talked with you a few times and gave you different reasons on why he had committed these murders, didn't he?
I'm not sure. He gave me different reasons.
He gave you reasons, did he not?
I'm not sure Danny ever gave me reasons per se why the murders occurred.
Well, he told you he wanted to get revenge because of his experience at Parchman Prison, didn't he?
That's correct.
He told you that he felt like that he wanted other people to suffer like he had suffered, didn't he?
That was one of the statements, yes.
He told you that these people's deaths were more or less symbolic of his past experiences and his past punishment, didn't he?
Yes.
Now, at one time, Danny tried to tell you that he was so into this prison situation that he was going to extract a certain amount of lives, that he was going to correlate to his prison experience, correct?
Correct.
But you found out that Danny was, in fact, willing to kill for other reasons beyond revenge, correct? Because he told you that there were two police officers that chased him into the woods one night, and that if he could have found his gun, he would have gotten them.
I don't remember him telling me that.
Just a second, Your Honor. Do you remember being present at an interview with Danny Rowling On October 14, 1993,
Yes.
and did you receive a transcript of that?
Transcript?
Yes, a transcript. Were you ever given a transcript of that from the tapes?
No.
Did you ever listen to the tapes?
I didn't take any tapes.
Were you aware that Dr. McMahon was taping?
Yes, I was aware Dr. McMahon was
You've never
there.
had an opportunity to see the transcripts?
No.
I want to ask you if you recall this statement having been made. You had asked him a question regarding whether or not he thought he would ever get away with this.
Yes.
And his response in counsel on page 38, line 13 of that transcription. I never expected to get away with it, but I never expected, that's why I kept a gun with me wherever I went, you know. When they ran me down in Gainesville that night, it was so dark I couldn't find my own dadgum tent. I hit it so damn good I couldn't find my own tent, you know. And I was looking for that tent, and if I got my hands on that gun, there would have been a war. There would have been a war right then and there, and there's no doubt in my mind that I could have gotten both those cops. They had flashlights. They were like neon signs. You know what I mean? Do you remember that?
I don't remember him saying that, but I'm certainly not going to contradict you on that.
Well, you recall,
That's not in my notes, that's all I can say.
do you recall you were concerned that didn't seem to fit into any kind of revenge motive, and he said, well, those killings would have been different. They would have been for survival.
That would be consistent with his perception, yes.
Now, Danny Rolling, according to your testing and results and the results that you've seen, is a person that recognizes the difference between right and wrong,
Yes.
criminality and non-criminal conduct.
Yes.
And he's a person who, in fact, at least says that he believes in a series of moral values.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
I want to go now to find out, you were asked and you said that the information that you had seen on the videos and the audio that you had heard as to the rendition of the events of the crimes was essentially the same as you had been told in your many hours of interviews.
Generally, I believe.
But you had a great deal more specificity, didn't you?
In what he told me,
Yes.
for some of the situations, probably.
Well, and there's no question in your mind that whatever his mental condition that you testified about, Danny Rolling was very alert, very aware, and very much in control on those evenings of August 1990, wasn't he?
Yes.
Because Danny Rolling told you, did he not, that before he actually went to the first crime scene, he went to some other crime scenes, and he did some other peeking.
I believe so, yes.
And in fact, he said that in one of those scenes, when he was watching, a security officer came up on him.
Correct.
And he said that even though he was in his Gemini character, that guy lived because he ran off.
That's what he said.
He also told you, did he not, that at the first scene, the scene where there were the two girls, you remember that discussion? You
Yes.
discussed it several times with him, haven't you?
Yes.
And he told you that at that first scene, when he first broke in, well, initially he told you the door just went open, didn't he?
I don't recall. Yeah, I believe that is correct for that.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Relevant this time.
He told you that the door first he told you just popped open. Later he told you he pried it open, didn't he?
I'm not sure which one of the scenes that he was referring to, but he said it happened at one time.
He went in and he went downstairs. And he told you, didn't he, that he stood over the girl downstairs asleep for 5 to 10 minutes.
It was some period of time. I can't recall the exact amount.
Then he went upstairs. And he found the girl sleeping upstairs, and he stood over her, and there he struggled a while trying to make up his mind what to do, didn't he?
Yes.
And after he struggled a while trying to make up his mind what to do, he decided to kill the girl upstairs, and he killed her, didn't he?
That's correct.
And he was enough in control, was he not? Excuse me. He told you that he first went in there because he wanted to do rapes, didn't he? Rather than homicides.
Yes.
But he told you he took his tools in there, not only his tools for breaking in, but he took his knife and his gun because he thought he could more easily subdue his victims that way.
That's correct.
And that when they were looking at a knife or a gun, there was very little likelihood of much resistance, is what he told you, didn't he?
Correct.
And he told you, especially when he dressed all in dark with a mask, didn't he?
That's correct.
That was all part of the way that he would terrorize somebody. Didn't he tell you that?
That was his way.
Basis. It's irrelevant, Your Honor, at this point, and it's also beyond the scope of direct examination.
Irrelevant.
Can we just ask for continuing objection? This is not
Continuing objection is granted. So
How is it irrelevant?
And after he killed, but when he killed the girl upstairs, he was enough in control of his mental faculties that he thought to put tape over her. At the same time he stabbed her, didn't
Yes.
he? Did you tell him, did you ask him why he chose to kill that girl upstairs?
Depending on the interview, it was either because of the number of lives that we referred to before, or because of these various forces that he was experiencing.
But he never said anything about mom and dad being in his mind when he made that decision to kill either one of those girls, did he?
Of course not, no.
When he went back downstairs, he bound the girl and he raped her, correct?
Yes.
And he killed her. Did you ask him, you did ask him, I think, why he didn't do anything with the girl upstairs? And he said, well, by then she was a bloody mess from being killed in the struggle, didn't he?
Something along those lines.
Well, you were aware that she woke up and struggled with him, weren't you?
First girl?
Yes.
Briefly, as far as I know, not much.
The second scene that he went to was Krista Hoyt. He told you that he had been peeking in Gainesville sometime, and one of the people he had peeked on was Krista Hoyt.
Correct.
He had peeked on her a few nights before he went back there.
That's correct.
He told you that when he went back there and he thought she was very attractive, didn't
Correct.
he? He thought she was very attractive. He watched her come out of the showers, and he emphasized to you, at least on one occasion, that he was stricken by how much she looked like his former wife.
On one occasion, he told me that.
Didn't he also on one occasion say that he did what he did at scene 2 because he wanted to leave a message to Gainesville?
Yes.
And particularly wanted to leave a message to the cops.
I'm not sure he said that, but he did indicate that he would make it dramatic and leave a message.
And you tried to pin him down, and he never was willing to commit, but that he did what he did to Krista Hoyt because she looked like his wife. At least 3 times did emphasize that she looked a lot like his ex-wife.
From all of my interviews with Danny, I never got the impression that the victims were picked because of that.
He just commented that.
He may have commented that to one time and may have told Dr. McMahon. I don't remember him elaborating on that.
Now, at scene 3, he was so much in control at scene, he told you about scene 2 that he actually went back to the scene, didn't he? Because he thought he lost his wall.
Correct.
Now, at scene 1, he waited downstairs for 5 to 10 minutes, then went upstairs and killed upstairs before coming down. That's not very impulsive behavior, is it?
I haven't suggested that it is.
It's pretty calculated, isn't it?
It could be considered that, yes.
At scene 2, he went back, and he even told you that when he went back to look for his wallet, didn't he?
Correct.
He was certainly not out of control of his faculties in any way. He understood what was going on. He was very alert, wasn't he?
Yes.
At scene 3, he got into a fight with Manuel Tabota, didn't he?
Yes.
But before that, he'd been watching Tracy Paulus, hadn't he?
Yes, he had.
At first, he denied that he had. Then later, in a later interview, he clarified that and said, yes, he had been watching her.
I don't know if he clarified that with me.
Did he tell you he was watching Tracy Paulus?
On that particular night, on the same night?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I meant that he strike that. He also told you that night that while he was watching Tracy Paulus, some other people came by and he had to duck down in the bushes, didn't he?
Yes.
But rather than run away like he had done some earlier scenes, he just waited till they left. Then he came back out of the bushes, didn't he?
Yes.
He told you, he finally said to you that he thinks he remembers seeing the man and the woman in the apartment.
Yes.
He went into that apartment and did he tell you why he killed the man first?
Not specifically, pretty much the same reasons that he told me before that why any of the victims died.
What was it your impression he was just trying to get rid of that person?
That was probably the main reason.
Because he wanted to have sex with Tracy.
Yes.
He also told you that Tracy Paulus talked to him, didn't he?
Briefly, yes.
And he said, you're the one?
Something along those lines, yes.
She also said, you're going to get caught.
That's what he said.
When you were talking to him at one time about Danny Rowland one time about why he did what he did, he specifically said to you, did he not, that he was tired of feeling like his whole life had been nothing but suffering. He needed someone else to suffer.
Yes.
He also, one time in discussing things with you, he said he's pretty aware of current events, didn't
To some degree.
he? Even one time, you remember him comparing, I think in your notes, that he compared these killings to the ethnic cleansing of Bosnia.
That's correct. He did say that.
He also said that one time it was a method for him to get rid of all his pent-up frustration, anger, and need for revenge, didn't he?
Yes.
And when you asked him about revenge, he said it was revenge because of the way he'd been treated in prison, didn't he?
Correct.
Do you remember one time he described to you that his worst vision of the kind of death you could die would be a death in the night with a knife?
Yes.
That the worst kind of, and I think he used the term, did he, most horrifying kind of death would be if someone would come in the night with a knife and you knew you were going to die. That was what he thought was the most horrifying kind of death, as opposed to, I think he explained to you, as opposed to just getting shot.
Yes, said that, yes.
And I always say, I'm not trying to lessen the real victims, but I didn't know that he peeked into other windows before he actually started killing. So now I wonder, did he ever look in mine? because my apartment backed onto woods and I lived in that area. And I mean, like, Krista was lived 2 roads over than from me. Like in Gatorwood Apartments, the road I lived on, you go down there, Gatorwood Apartments was right across the street. At the end of my road, it was across the street. So, and down my road, you take a left, there's the University of Florida, one of the entrances right there. To the left is their orthopedic center and their sports medicine center. I mean, that was his area. And I hope to God he never did, but it's possible because that's what he did. He hid in the woods behind the apartment buildings that had woods. There's not a lot of those left because Gainesville has grown so much in 30 years. Like my apartment, the woods are gone now. There's another apartment complex there. But and every time I see that picture of Krista Hoyt, I'm like, I look just like that. My hair was just like that back then. And it's just like such a familiar picture because that's the way I looked then. And the thought that she looked like his wife, it's like, I'm glad I didn't know that back then. I would have been even more terrified.
When he was talking about his peeping and the sex, that he went into these things for sex, you actually asked him one time, you said, well, why didn't you just stop the rape? Why'd you have to kill? He said, well, that was because of parchment.
Correct.
But you never checked, did you, find out whether anything he ever told you about parchment was the truth or not?
I had no way of independently corroborating that other than what he has told other people pretty consistently throughout the years.
Well, you say he's a manipulative person, right?
Yes, he is.
And that he's immature. And that one of the signs of his immaturity is that he goes into almost every time he's in a relationship, what he's looking for is what's it going to do for me?
To some degree, that's correct.
Now, I don't mean to be offensive, but would that also concur that whenever he deals with a psychologist or a psychiatrist as an immature, manipulative person, he's probably also looking about what will this interview do for me?
I'm sure there's some of that in it.
I want to start off with a few terms that you've used just to make sure we're clear on this. You've used the term psychotic. You have found and been asked on numerous occasions, Danny Rowley is not psychotic.
That's correct.
We hear the word bandied around about being insane. He is not insane. He was not when he committed these crimes, correct?
That's correct.
He was not psychotic when he committed these crimes, was he?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith? Yes. Had dissipated, and that you think he had some organic brain damage.
Yes, sir.
So some of what he did that day in terms of trying to structured things you took to be consistent with his past patterns of control.
To some degree.
But one of your problems in evaluating your interview with James Harold Rowling is you don't know
Stop.
what James Harold was like before he got shot in the head.
Only what other people have told him.
And the people that you talk to, other than Kevin, about James Harold Rowling have been to the exclusion of everyone else, members of Mrs. Rowling's family.
No, I think you asked me that before, and I don't think that's totally fair. We're in terms of me talking to or depositions,
Depositions, I'm sorry.
because there were numerous depositions that I read who were not necessarily family members. They were either friends or people that came over to the family or people that Danny talked to that were not related to the family at all.
Well, one of the persons that you, I should specify now, but one of the persons that you read a deposition of was a Ms. Bernadette Holder.
Yes,
And she speaks very poorly of Mr. Rowling, does she not?
yes,
But you had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Rowling about what he thinks about Bernadette Holder.
that's
It
correct.
would be safe to say that they engaged in a loathing of one another.
That's safe to say.
In fact, what he said was that he thought her behavior had been criminal in the past.
He believed that she was part of a conspiracy against him.
Well, actually, what she said was he also had been watching her because he thought she was a drug dealer.
That's what he said, yes.
And he was a police officer for years there, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Now, in terms of James Harold Rowling, did you find in any of those, in your interview with him, and you talked about how he tried to protect himself and he tried to justify his own behavior. It is true, is it not, in the entire letter he wrote to you, there is not one thing that is a disadvantage to his son.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, even though Kevin and James remember the family completely different than Danny, Kevin and James have consistently tried to help Danny, haven't they?
I'm not sure to what degree you're referring to in terms of helping. You're referring to financially? Or?
Financially.
Yes, they have.
In terms of any testimony, have they ever testified against Danny?
I don't think they testified, period.
Okay. Isn't it possible one of the reasons that they're not here now is because they don't want to say anything against Danny?
Speculative. Thing.
Well, it's true that in that letter that you talked about to the jury, I think you said there were some 20 points made in that letter, but there's nothing in that letter that blames or says anything bad about Danny, does it?
Unless you perceive his statement that he's emotionally disturbed or psychologically disturbed as negative, but nothing critical specifically of Danny. That's correct.
Well, what James Harold says is that he's thought Danny had had problems for a long time.
That's correct.
And you know in that letter back in 1979, in that letter, he encouraged Danny. He said that he had told Danny, he encouraged him to get help.
That's what he said.
You know, don't you, that when Danny went to one of these health clinics in Louisiana, it was with an understanding through Bunny Mills that the whole family would participate, and James agreed he would participate.
I'm not sure that's the case. I know Bunny said that at some point she thought maybe the whole family would be involved.
But the letter that Danny's father sent to you, this was after you had already come back from your interview.
Yes.
And in that letter, he outlined, well, before I go there, you would agree, would you not, that while the father had a long career of being a working man, he was not a very educated man?
That's correct. Yes.
You would agree that he was brought up at a fundamentalist church?
Yes.
You would agree that his father used very stern measures against him?
I would say probably abusive.
Not, please don't take this the wrong way, but his father was stern in a way that, say, 2 generations ago were not unusual.
That's probably true.
By that I mean, what our grandfathers did to our fathers might by today's standards be considered abusive, but they weren't necessarily considered abusive back then, were they?
It may not have been defined as such, that's correct.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think it was one of what poor Richard's spare the rod, spoil the child. Wasn't that kind of something that this country operated on for a long time?
That's Bible. That's
There were
not
also
poor Richard
extremes,
Romanak.
even when there was approval of corporal punishment, however.
Dude, that's the Bible. I have never heard anybody say that that came from Poor Richard's Almanac. That's not a Ben Franklin quote. That's from the Bible.
But Danny's father said that he encouraged him to go to church, didn't he?
Yes,
That he encouraged his sons to get a good education, didn't he?
yes,
That neither one of his sons had ever had to work while they were growing up.
that's what he said.
That while he was growing up, he gave the boys, we know about one dog, he actually gave the boys 2 different dogs while they were growing up.
That's correct.
Danny's father listed it.
No, it does not. There are plenty. I'm pro-police. My dad was police. I was raised by police and raised to respect them. But there are a lot out there that are not any better. A lot out there that's worse than a lot of people. There are some corrupt ones out there. And there are some that are good police, but are poopy people at home. I don't know if this guy was a good policeman and just poopy at home or just a bad guy all around. He's definitely bad at home, though.
The series of activities that he did with his family, didn't he?
Yes,
Danny's father took a lot of pride in the fact that there was not a single Christmas where the boys didn't get something for Christmas, didn't he?
that's what his father said.
Every time after Danny came out of prison, his father gave him a place to live, didn't he?
I would think so, yes.
Now, his father also said that he said he didn't allow drinking or drugs in the house.
Correct.
And from the combination of this plus the interview you've seen his mother, you know that Danny was raised in a family, albeit perhaps from your view, a stern father or too stern a father, but there's no question that Danny was imbued with an understanding of what was right and wrong.
I would agree with that.
From both mother and father.
That's correct.
Now, returning to just a few other points. I had asked you a minute ago, and I wanted to say this, that Danny left a message with what he did at the court scene, but didn't Danny Rowling tell you that he, while in his Gemini character, held the entire city hostage to fear?
Something along those lines.
Didn't Danny tell you that he did what he did because he wanted revenge for all the misjustice that had been dumped on him all his life?
Yes.
How is that revenge? I've never understood that. And I've probably said that before during this trial. How is killing people revenge for your home life?
Although it didn't come up until later in your interviews, he one time used this Gemini. He explained this Gemini name was just his astrological sign.
Correct.
And he told you that Gemini and Enab were just aspects of his own personality.
He indicated that they were part of a spiritual world and basically demons that were...
Is Enab Bane backwards? Is Danny Rowling a Batman fan? Did he name his alter ego Bane backwards?
influencing and having some control over his life.
But you found, did you not, that there was a history of showing that Danny had every bill, that really, when you asked him about the sex, who did it? He said, it was me.
Danny has always taken responsibility.
Danny understood, but before I say that, you asked Danny when he first told you about that information, and he made it clear to you that he didn't believe in the occult, he'd never been to a Satanist church or anything like that, no ritualistic
That's correct.
Satanism or anything like that.
True.
And he told you, did he not, that these were names that he had just given to characters in his own personality?
Again, I'm not sure in my profession, I don't consider myself an expert in demons or spirits, but basically he has indicated to him These were perceived as demons who had some control over his life.
But he also had some control over them, didn't he?
Danny, from the beginning of my talks with him in Ocala, has been disclosing in terms of what he has done and has accepted responsibility that he engaged in these behaviors.
Because he said that, like, when he saw that guard, he didn't do anything. Even though he was Gemini, he ran away. In fact, he even gave you examples of where in the past, as Gemini, he started to do something wrong. He controlled himself, didn't he?
He has not tried to suggest that somebody else has been in control of him.
Danny told you that much of his life that he had lived, he had kept, many of the things he'd done in his life, he had kept secret from the people that were close to him.
Yes, he said that.
So many of the people who were even like family members around or outside the family, they didn't even know about many of the aspects of Danny's behavior and his life, did they?
I'm sure that's true to some degree.
One time you asked him, you remember asking him, Danny, you said, I treat a lot of voyeurs, and I guess this is true. Voyeurs don't typically escalate their behavior to do the things you've done in your life and ultimately become murderers. You remember asking him that?
Yes.
And you said, Danny, try to help me understand this. And that's when Danny said to you, I can't understand. The only thing I can say that is somewhere in my subconscious mind, there was a need for revenge for all the things that had gone wrong in my life.
It's true.
But Danny, when you asked him one time, well, there was an issue where Danny was insistent that one of the accusations against him was wrong as to Tracy Pauls. He said he would never admit to what he had done to her.
Yes.
You are aware that he has now admitted to that, admitted and pled guilty to that crime.
I'm not sure the specific aspect of the crime that he has pled guilty to. He has obviously pled guilty to the homicides and some of the acts that go along with it.
And isn't it true that you asked him that time, Danny, as you sit there, you don't believe that homicide or rape are right, do you? And he said, yeah, all of that is wrong, didn't he?
He clearly understands that.
Do you remember Danny Rowley making this statement about his characters? Well, characters, you know, Danny, Enad, and Gemini are just the broken parts of my own personality that I don't know how to describe other than for what it is, you know. I mean, I don't know how to describe that. He described them as the broken parts of his own personality.
Yes.
You remember being very upset. I think you said one time he was very upset. You said there were two examples that you had noticed during the time you'd been around Danny of relationships that were the kind of unstable relationships you expected of someone in his condition. You talked about Sandra London, I think Bobby Lewis, right? He talked to you about Bobby Lewis one time, and he told you that 95% of everything Bobby Lewis said about what happened was true.
Yes.
Now, as to Sandra London, your observation about Sandra London was shared by James Harold Rowling, wasn't it? That was not a relationship. James Harold at least felt that was an unstable relationship.
James Harold Rowling felt that she was taking advantage of him and the family.
He resented, didn't he, what she was trying to do to her son and couldn't believe he couldn't see through her. Didn't he say that to you?
Yes.
Isn't that the evidence, correct me if I'm wrong, that as late as he's still concerned with people taking advantage of his son?
With all due respect, he's concerned about people taking advantage of him or what they're going to say about him or how that's going to affect him.
Well, let me ask you this. He doesn't know Sandra London, does he?
No, but
So when he expressed his concerns about Sandra London making a fool of his son, that's what he said, wasn't it?
he was angry because he felt that Sandra London was lying and trying to blame him for Danny's homicides.
Oh, when Danny was in Gainesville, he told you that before he started his murder spree, he had gone around and done other peeking. He talked about the other incidents where he tried to look in other windows and even had gone to pick out other victims. He also told you that he went to a movie, didn't he? Remember he mentioned going to one movie?
I don't remember that. No.
Didn't say, you don't recall his saying, yeah, and I went to a movie one time?
I don't recall that now.
He never mentioned to you, and I'll just do this to lodge your memory if possible, did he ever mention to you seeing The Exorcist Part 3?
I don't think I have that in my notes.
Danny, even as this borderline personality, Danny has exhibited to you the opportunity, under specific opportunities, to lose his cool, the ability to control his emotions.
Yes.
One time when you went out to visit with him, he was real upset because he said this one particular correctional officer, I think he called him a guard, was trying to provoke him, saying things about Sandra.
Yes,
And that he almost lost his cool, but he said, I can control it, didn't he?
that's correct.
No doubt in your mind of Danny's ability to control his emotions.
I don't think I have ever said, nor has Danny, that he does not have control.
He also told, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm finished.
He also, you say that under stress, would that be the time you would expect the emotions to run the highest and to have the most difficult controlling them?
Yes.
And yet, one time he found, according to him, he found his wife with another man. He said he felt like killing him, but he didn't do that.
No, but his behavior was pretty erratic at that time as well.
Danny acknowledges and has said to you specifically that the power is within all of us to choose
He has said that.
how we want to live our lives, to choose how we want to live our lives.
Correct.
If you were, you asked Danny, and he specifically told you that he wore a mask at every scene and gloves at every scene because it was his intention to avoid detection.
Correct.
He also told you about cleaning up the scenes and how careful he was to get rid of physical evidence, didn't he?
Yes.
In fact, he was disturbed one time and was ranting with you that they must have planted some evidence because he had been so careful as to Tracy Paulus in the way that he had, after she was dead, douched her out so he couldn't believe they had the evidence that they said they had.
That's what he said.
Now, all of that would show to you, women, that he was very aware not only of what he was doing, but of avoiding the consequences of getting caught.
No doubt.
Oh, you talked about, and I don't think you meant to give this impression, but I want to clarify. You've talked about alcohol. It's a substance abuse disorder. Tell me what that is again.
I diagnosed him as having an alcohol and substance abuse disorder.
But you were able to conclude from your interviews, as well as on your own, as well as with Dr. McMahon, that Danny Rowling was not intoxicated at the time he committed these events.
Not according to his own perception.
And it is true that Danny Rowling once told you that even today he remembers with specificity almost every detail that took place on those nights in August of 1990.
That's correct.
You remember Danny Rowley making the statement, the following statement, "My hand was the one that found to do the deed, so you know, I'm not going to hide behind the fact that just because we all have a choice over right and wrong, good and evil, the bottom line is we all cross that. Those crossroads every day, you know, the choice of doing what's right and doing what's wrong." Do you remember Danny saying that to you?
Yes.
I want to extrapolate for a moment with you from that last statement. You have been asked whether or not he knew what he was doing all those nights, and your answer is he did, and he understood the criminality of everything he did those nights, didn't he?
Yes.
You have been asked, and I want to make it very clear to this jury, that he understood the difference between right and wrong on every choice he made in every one of those apartments, did he not?
I would say so.
We know that he had the ability to conform his conduct because when he saw a security officer, he did what you would expect if you were trying to avoid detection. He ran off, didn't he?
As long as there are external controls in Danny, I believe that he can conform his conduct.
And when he was watching Tracy Paulus and some people came by, he had the good presence of mind, the ability to conform his conduct and duck behind the bushes, didn't he?
Yes.
So when Danny Rowley chose to go in those apartments, he knew what he was doing, and every time he killed them, he made a choice to kill them, didn't
Yes, he did.
he? And every time he stood over any one of them with a knife, he knew the difference between right and wrong, and he chose to do wrong, didn't he? Every time.
Yes.
No further questions.
Yes, sir. Dr. Croft, when you were in Ocala and doing an evaluation on Mr. Rowling, you said that you viewed certain records.
Yes.
What was the diagnosis in those records?
Atypical psychosis.
When was that made in relationship to the Saturday that you were in the Ocala jail?
I believe it was made something around December 13th, something like that, several weeks, possibly months before that.
So you believe it was 1 month before you actually went to the jail?
Yes.
Is it common for people who have mental problems not to appreciate the fact that they have mental problems?
It's probably more common than not.
So that if help was offered to them, would they reject it? Is that uncommon?
I would say yes, particularly at Danny's age and maturity level at that time when he had the opportunity.
What was your finding as to Danny Harold Rowling's level of competency to stand trial in Ocala?
I thought he was competent.
Is it helpful to the defense when a psychiatrist or a psychologist renders an opinion of incompetency concerning a client?
Generally not.
Would a finding helpful to the defense?
Sure.
Did you ever the defense?
No.
In the case in Ocala?
No.
In the case here?
No.
Did you ever find Mr. Rowling insane for the defense in Ocala?
No.
Did you ever find Mr. Rowling insane for the defense here?
No.
Mr. Smith asked if there was any history of sexual abuse by father, brother, etc. In the course of your conversations with Mr. Rowling, did you ever discover that he in fact had been sexually abused?
Yes, he reported that he had been.
By a family member?
He told me that it was an older cousin when he was about 6 or 7 years old, and the cousin was 17, 18, 19 years old, something like that.
What is the effect on an individual who's been sexually abused as a child?
Well, certainly, I think we know certainly a lot more now than we did back then, but we certainly know that being sexually abused is a significant psychological event in a child's life and certainly could have a significant impact on the child's functioning as he or she gets older.
Is it more of a problem if the person doing the sexual abusing is a family member?
Generally, the research shows that to be true.
In your your conversations with Kevin Rowling, and you reviewed the deposition, is Mr. Kevin Rowling saying, I was not struck or whipped by my father, or I do not remember if I was?
When I spoke to Kevin and asked him about his family background, the first thing he said to me was, quote, "It wasn't a nice place to be," end of quote. He indicated to me as I tried to get more specific, however, that he did not remember ever being abused himself, or Danny being abused, or his mother being abused.
He did not remember.
Correct. He also told me that there were a lot of things about his childhood that he could not remember.
Apparently, on cross-examination, Mr. Smith brought up the fact that Mr. Rowling, the father,
I kind of think that he just repressed it. I don't know, though. That's an awful lot to repress. I know my mom did the essay from her dad because she would always say that her sister said that it happened. And I thought, it only happened to her? And so I didn't believe it. I was like, why would he only pick just my mom? And mom swears it didn't happen. So in nursing school, when we did our psych rotation, the teacher that was talking about like DV and essay and that kind of stuff, I said, is it possible for an abuser that has a lot of kids to just pick out one kid? And she said, yes, that a lot of times they have a favorite, and that's the only kid that they touch. They don't do anything to any of the other kids, just the one. I said, okay, is it possible for that kid to suppress the memory to the point that they don't remember it at all, that they totally deny that the abuse ever happened? And she said, absolutely, 100%. I said, wow. My mom swore up and down it never happened, and my aunt always said that it did. And I didn't believe my aunt because my mom swore that it didn't happen. And my cousin, she lived, I was born in the Keys, and we moved away when I was 6 months old. And my cousin lived down there, and she lived in the Keys. Their trailer lots they were big enough for a double wide trailer. And that was it. Like, there was no yard. It was double wide trailer. That was how wide the lots were. And what they had done is my grandparents' trailer was here. My aunt's trailer was here. They bought the lot in between. I don't know who actually owned the lot in between, but so they had 3 lots. So like the lot in between was their yard, and they had tables out there and grills and, whatever, and swings. That was their yard. So my cousin lived over here. So she grew up next to my grandparents. And then I went to visit, and I would stay with my cousin. My mom would stay with my grandparents, and, we'd be back and forth all the time and everything. And so one time I was talking about this with my cousin after we've grown up, and she believed it. And I said, really? Why do you believe it? And she said, because he's done stuff to me. And I was like, wait, what? And she said, yeah, he'd put his hand up my shirt, and when I was like a teenager, and I'd make him quit, and he'd be like, what, you don't like playing with your papa anymore? Because we called him Papa. They were from the mountains of Virginia. An old hillbilly family. And then they moved to Florida. But so it's possible that he did suppress those memories to the point of not believing them. He could have even like made up his own reality and replaced that. Because I have a little cousin. I think it's cousin once removed. We always call them second cousins, but I think it's cousin once removed. My cousin's daughter. And you guys are going to think that my family's horrible. So my cousin had a problem with substance abuse. So her daughter came to live with us for a while. And she actually, when things would happen to her, like her mom's, John's and stuff, and she was in bad situations, she went to Disney World in her head. So she had this whole fantasy world about Disney World. She'd never been to Disney World ever, but she had her own Disney World like in her head. So she replaced situations with bad situations with good situations. So that could be why his brother is saying that they had this normal, happy childhood, because he's replaced it with good memories that he's made up. Or he's just flat out lying. I don't know which, but I'm just throwing out scenarios of what could be why he's saying the things he's saying.
Had on 3 prior occasions been aware of the fact of this voyeuristic characteristic.
That's what he asked, yes.
In any of your conversations with Mr. Rowling or reviewing any of the materials in this case, did you ever find out whether or not Mr. Rowling Sr., being aware of these incidences, took his son in for counseling?
He did not.
From review of the materials you had in front of you, how did he deal with the problem?
Either ignored it or at one point, according to Danny, hit him pretty severely.
Is either one of those 2 decisions an appropriate way to handle the mental illness of voyeurism?
No.
Mr. Smith asked you about Miss Agnes Mitchell. And Agnes Mitchell is of what relation to Mr. Rowling?
I believe an aunt.
Did you personally have an opportunity to speak with Miss Mitchell?
Yes.
In the course of your speaking with Miss Mitchell, did you, I assume as a psychologist, you would be able to at least try and identify whether or not someone was projecting?
It was hard to tell. Let me back up. I could not get a sense that she was projecting. The reason being that what she said seemed to be consistent with what I had heard independently from other people, some relatives included, and certainly what Danny had reported independently to me in the various conversations that I've had with him. So in that she was pretty consistent with what everybody else is saying, with the exception of Kevin and Mr. Rowling Sr., I did not get a sense that there was any projecting going on.
In Mr. Rowling's conversations with you and with the letters that he had written to various facilities, did he say or indicate how long he had been aware that his son Danny Rowling had experienced mental problems?
He said he's known it since Danny was in elementary school.
Okay. In any of your conversations or in any of the letters you saw with Mr. Rowling, Did he ever indicate that at any time being aware of these mental problems, that when Danny was in elementary school, that while he was in elementary school, he took him to a counselor?
No, he did not.
Did he ever take him to a counselor when he was in junior high school?
No,
When he was in high school?
no.
From the materials that you reviewed, was there any indication that someone had expressed concern from the school?
Yes,
Did you bring up that topic with Mr. Rowland?
yes.
And how did he respond to the concern that the school had for Danny?
He told me that he really left it up to his wife to handle those kinds of things because he had to work during those hours.
Did he ever say that he went to the school to discuss with this individual what the problem was?
If I recall correctly, Mr. Rowling Sr. told me that he never went to the school with regard to Danny. I do remember in Kevin's deposition that Kevin said that he may have gone to the school for him, but Mr. Rowling himself indicated that he never went to the school for Danny.
In Mr. Rowling's letter, the one he sent to you specifically, was there any indications of a thought disorder evident from the contents of that letter?
Well, as I said, I was not trying to evaluate Mr. Rowling Sr. Certainly, his thinking, based on the letter as well as my own interview, is extremely concrete. Had difficulty in terms of expressing thoughts, but I can't say specifically there's a thought disorder, no.
Did he ever make any analogies to vegetables or inanimate objects in the letter?
Yes. Well, I'm not really clear. Again, he makes statements that he made a statement to me with regard to, during my interview, about pickles and cucumbers, and he makes some statements with regard to onions in his letter, and I'm not totally clear on the context or what he was really referring to, other than perhaps referring to onions being something to do with mental illness.
Onions have layers.
Okay.
Ogres
Did he
have
ever give you
layers.
a reason while you were interviewing him in Shreveport as to why the Rowling or the maternal side of the family was jealous of him?
He said because he did a fancy two-step,
They were jealous of
his dancing.
in either his conversation with you or his letter to you, what did he believe Bernadine Holder was doing in Shreveport?
I believe that he thought she was a drug dealer.
Did he find any more criminal activity by anybody else in Shreveport?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you interviewed Mr. Rowling and he wrote a letter to you, was Mr. Rowling aware that people were making accusations against him?
Yes.
In your opinion, the letter that he wrote to you, would you feel that that was a self-serving letter?
Very much so.
Mr. Smith has asked you about certain contents contained in evaluations and reports from this Chattahoochee, Florida. First of all, what is Chattahoochee?
Chattahoochee is the state hospital, one of two, I believe, or three.
Chattahoochee is where we Baker acted that patient that tried to kill me that night. She came after me with a big metal I can't think, pill crusher. It was about that long, solid metal, connected. You know, like the mortar and pestle things? It's like a cup with the thing to crush pills. Well, this was about this long. The little cup part was in here. It had a handle that lifted up. So the handle lifted up. The little cup was right in here. And then the handle had a thing on it that would, so you could smash with the handle. So instead of like a mortar and pestle where you would like grind, you did like that. So you pulled up the handle and you smashed. And then you could smash the pill. And it was real heavy. So it could sit on top of your medicine cart. You put the pill in there and you just, smash, smash, smash. And thank God for my nursing assistants. Because if they had not been on the ball, that woman would have cracked my skull open with that thing. But she went to Chattahoochee that night. We called the cops and Baker acted her. She almost killed me.
3 state hospitals in which if the person is found either to be incompetent or insane or is already in the Department of Corrections and is having psychiatric problems, the inmate would be sent there for evaluation and or treatment.
Okay. Already, I know from your responses to Mr. Smith is the fact that you've had an opportunity to review the records from that facility, correct? As they pertain to Mr. Rowland.
Correct.
Do you recall what the diagnosis was at Chattahoochee regarding Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
What was that diagnosis?
The Access 1 diagnosis was dysthymia, which basically means depression. And the Access 2 diagnosis was antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder.
Are those the two personality disorders you've attested to that Mr. Rowland possesses?
Yes.
Let me go back to those records some more. Are you familiar on how, well, let me go back. In order to have been seen by someone from the mental health community, would that be correct?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically who would have seen him in this case?
I believe that he was seen by Dr. Parado, who I believe is a staff psychiatrist at the Department of Corrections at the North Florida Reception Center.
Do you know what her conclusions were about Mr. Rowland?
She indicated that the patient required stabilization due to depression and potential risk of suicide threat. And that was based on a suicidal gesture or attempt on the part of Mr. Rowland.
Would that have been a valid suicide attempt, sir?
Probably not.
Did she ever in her diagnosis find him to be mentally ill?
Well, with the diagnosis of depression, certainly that would be considered a mental illness or a mental disorder.
Could he have gone into Chattahoochee without a finding of mental illness by the doctor?
No.
I believe that in order to get to Chattahoochee, you need two mental health people to file a petition, correct?
Probably, yes.
Do you recall who the second one would have been in Mr. Rowland's case?
I don't recall. I did have a record, but I don't know the name.
See if this will refresh your recollection.
It was a Dr. Hogan, who is a senior psychologist.
And what was Dr. Hogan's findings concerning Danny Harold Rowling?
That Mr. Rowling was in need of long-term hospitalization, long-term treatment.
Did he give any indications of what the problem was?
He talked about different, in terms of having bad dreams, preoccupied with religiosity, having difficulty with ideas which are difficult to follow, and he was spending hours in terms of ritualistic behavior and praying.
Would the bad dreams and religiosity be consistent with Mr. Rowling during the course of his life?
Sure.
In the Chattahoochee report, is there any indication in that report concerning the history of abuse in the family?
According to this report, they describe Danny's description and report of abuse, and basically, I believe, go into other evaluations that they had access to, which also describe the abuse in the family.
In this report, is there mention of the time Mr. Rowling was taken to detention for 2 weeks as a juvenile?
Yes.
Is there any mention in this report of abuse of the mother also?
Yes.
Is there any indication as to a specific point in time when there was a noticeable lack of self-esteem on Mr. Rowling's part?
And to some degree, that was noticed after his divorce.
Talking now as a child. If you want, so I can refresh with the records.
That'd be fun. All right. Basically, the report suggests that after he was held back in the 3rd grade, which he had skipped a lot of school because of illness, that it was noticed by teachers and others that his self-esteem seemed to be much lower at that time.
In the report also, does it talk about his Army discharge?
Yes.
And what was the official reason for his discharge from the military?
Well, I know that when you say official, I know that he was, in reading his own military records, it described him as having an underlying immature personality and an adjustment reaction of adolescence. Those were the 2 diagnoses that were given when he was in the military.
Okay, can I stop it? You used the term diagnosis.
Yes.
Are these in fact diagnoses?
We're talking about 1973. It's possible. I don't know whether those were actually diagnoses or just descriptions at that time. Certainly the immature personality was in fact a diagnosis, part of a personality disorder. And the adjustment reaction of adolescence, I believe, was an official diagnosis back then.
You use the term personality disorder again.
Yes.
Are these the same types of personality disorders you described on direct examination for me?
Yes,
They would have the same definition of a personality disorder that you gave to me on direct examination?
that is correct.
Do the records from Chattahoochee indicate whether or not Mr. Rowling earlier in his life made any suicide attempts?
Yes.
What did they consist of?
There were indications of attempts to drive into a tree, but ending up in a ditch on one occasion. No, I'm not sure with the records I have.
An attempt suicide using a weapon.
I know at one occasion, Danny also reported to me that he took a gun to his mouth and had certainly contemplated suicide.
More on the subject of suicide, have you, in the course of reviewing these materials, found any evidences of a number of gestures of suicide?
Yes.
Is this type of activity on an individual's part over the course of their lifetime something that indicates sound mental health?
Suicide, even if they're just gestures, certainly reflects, number one, immaturity, and it also reflects inadequate coping skills.
Mr. Smith also made reference with you on cross-examination to records from Bryce Hospital. Do you recall if Mr. Rowling was ever arrested in Georgia?
The Danny Rowling was
Yes.
arrested? Yes.
Do you remember or reading in the Bryce reports an account of a robbery that took place in Montgomery, I believe it's Alabama, am I saying correctly?
Yes. That was a Winn-Dixie, I believe.
In the report from Bryce, how do they describe Mr. Rowling's attempt at the robbery?
They indicated that it appeared that he engaged in the robbery for possibly self-destructive reasons, that he used an unloaded gun and put himself in at-risk situations with the likelihood that he could have been killed.
Is there any indication that you can recall from records as to why he did that?
It was at that time, well, there are two reasons. One is because he was extremely depressed at the time, but also because he had learned from his father, from his experience as a police officer, that certainly could occur, that one could get killed in a shootout during these kinds of robberies.
In the Bryce reports, do you recall seeing any reference in that report from Mr. Rowling's attorney in Alabama?
Yes.
Do you recall what his name was?
Harold Crow?
Did Mr. Crow offer any observations to the people at Bryce Mental Hospital concerning his client?
Well, it indicated that Danny had attempted suicide several times and had indicated that he wanted to die. He also indicated, this is Mr. Crow, the attorney, that he personally had received 25 or 30 letters from interested parties discussing the patient's need for psychiatric treatment.
Thank you. Mr. Smith asked you on cross-examination, once again from the same reports, I think he read to you a portion where Mrs. Rowling stated that she was too lenient, that she would lie to protect the children. Can you hear me answer that question?
Yes.
Is there any indication in the Bryce records as to why Mrs. Rowling felt she needed to lie in order to protect her children? I'm asking it almost as a rhetorical question, Doctor.
Well, partly because of the relationship that she had with her husband, in terms of my own diagnosis of her as showing many characteristics of a battered woman syndrome. It is not unusual for someone to lie, number one, to protect herself, but also to protect her child from possible abuse.
In the same report, it appears that the people from Bryce had an opportunity to talk to Kevin Rowling,
Yes.
and that Kevin Rowling gave to them a description of what life was like in his home. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
Can you give us what the description was he gave to the medical people at Bryce concerning how he knew the family and the home?
I'm not sure I have those with me.
Let's get to take a look at this document, see if this refreshes your recollection.
He indicated that it was like living on the edge of a volcano.
Let me go to the letter that's been made reference to concerning Mr. Rowling writing to Bryce Hospital. You already testified concerning the letter.
Yes, I reviewed it.
In reviewing the records from Bryce Hospital, did there seem to be any correspondence in that file addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Rowling concerning an attempt on the hospital's part to speak with them or contact them?
Yes, I believe I testified earlier that it seemed to me that that letter was in response to the hospital's staff's efforts to have some type of contact with Danny's parents.
And did one member of the family actually make contact with Bryce Hospital?
Mrs. Rowland.
In Mr. Rowling's letter, what does he primarily concentrate on in that letter?
In the letter to Bryce, that Danny has psychological problems because of all the various stressors and tends to blame Danny's wife for creating some of these problems.
Is the letter centered basically on one time period in his life, or is it encompassing all of his life?
It's pretty much encompassing one time period as far as I can tell.
Was there anything in Mr. Rowling's letter to give the hospital any information about his birth?
I don't believe so.
How about his preschool years?
I don't believe there was very much at all other than the time period just preceding him engaging in the behavior that led to him going to Bryce.
Do you know if at any time Mr. Rowling ever actually had telephonic communications with the people at Bryce to give a family history?
Not according to the records.
Do you know if he ever went to the Bryce Hospital facility in order to personally give a family history?
No, he did not, as far as I know.
In reviewing the records from Bryce Hospital and the other records, did you ever come across any other time Mr. Rowling wrote a letter to Danny before?
I've not seen any letters from Mr. Rowling other than that one and the one that he wrote to me.
In the letter, there's one phrase of a sentence that Mr. Smith read to you.
Which letter are we talking about?
This is the letter that Mr. Rowling wrote to the Bryce facility.
Okay.
And in the letter, the father says, "Son, we all love you." He said, what was his response?
Do you really? Which is certainly consistent with Danny's whole perception of questioning whether his father has ever loved him.
I can put it in right, thank you.
Couple follow-ups real quick. You were asked just a moment ago about the letter and Danny's father, James Harold, having dwelled in that letter a lot about the problems of Danny's marriage having led to his difficulties with the law. Isn't that what Danny had relied upon and had blamed his problems on?
To some degree, yes.
And so his father's letter was supporting what Danny had blamed his problems on, insofar as it focused on his ex-wife, wasn't it?
It's true.
But in terms of when he was married, Danny's marriage to his ex-wife was in fact financially and otherwise supported by his father, wasn't it?
Mr. Rowling did help out, yes.
You were asked whether or not you had read the letter from the defense lawyer, which talked about Danny's suicide problems, et cetera. In your profession, you've been called enough to realize that a defense lawyer writes something to the prison authority going to be favorable to his client, isn't it?
I would presume it would be favorable. I would also presume it would be.
About the suicide, and I want to make sure this was clear, the suicide with Bobby Lewis and Rusty Binstead, wasn't it?
I don't know who he concocted it with, but I would say that it was faked.
You said that at the time he was depressed, you wouldn't find it unusual that a person who was facing 5 death sentences would be suffering from a certain amount of depression, would you?
No.
It would seem like if you're going to spend several hours praying, that'd be a good time to start doing it, wouldn't it?
I think
Your Honor's argument.
You said he had bad dreams, or complained about bad dreams. You wouldn't find it unusual that you would have bad dreams if your most recent activity on the outside had been the slaughter of 5 students, would you?
no, I think that would be normal.
The person who told this thing about borderline personality disorder. You said you were shown by Mr. Kearns that Chattahoochee had also said borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder is apparently pretty.
Yeah, I was trying to get the next part ready to go. I guess I'm just going to have to wait until this one's done. It just isn't going to let me multitask today.
Pretty prevalent or common, isn't it?
It's a new diagnosis in terms of the latest DSM-3, but I don't know what you mean by prevalent.
Well, how about its prevalence is apparently common?
In psychiatric patients, yes.
And there's lots of people with borderline personality disorders that don't go around killing people, aren't there?
Sure.
Lots of people with borderline personality disorders that are able to control themselves stay within non-criminal conduct, aren't they?
Sure.
It's nothing that prevents that, is it?
No.
You were asked about this thing about histrionics and narcissism and things like that. And there's nothing about being a histrionic personality or having that trait that makes you a murderer, is it?
No, there's nothing specifically about any of the traits that we're talking about that makes one a murderer. What I was describing were contributions or contributors to Danny Rowling's personality. And you were asked a question about Danny's being sexually abused. The fact is that you found out from Danny that he said that there was one occasion in which he had a sexual incident of masturbating an older cousin. Isn't that true? That he was pressured into doing that. And in your profession, you are an expert in treating sexual dysfunction and treating sexual disorder and treating child sex abuse, aren't you? Yes.
And you've seen many cases much more egregious than this single episode, haven't you?
Yes.
That doesn't direct that we're going to end up being mass murderers, does it?
Of course not.
And in fact, when you tested him, Danny indicated that he had no childhood sexual experience that he thought was of any significance, didn't he?
Danny didn't want to talk talk about that particular incident.
And that was because he didn't want to name who his cousin was or what it was.
Yes.
But you also gave him a test where one of the questions had to do with childhood sexual experiences, and you found that there was nothing that indicated that sexual abuse was the source of any of his problems.
I can't say whether it was a major source of his problems.
You were asked about, didn't his dad know about his voyeurism and all that? Voyeurism in and of itself among adolescent boys is not all that uncommon at some level, is it?
I would say it's uncommon, fortunately.
Okay, it's, we're talking about now, Danny, by the time he committed these murders, was 36 years old, or almost 36 years old, right?
Yes.
The incident where he had done the voyeurism on 3 occasions and his father had done nothing about it, which you now hold against him, although it does show a certain restraint on his part, doesn't it?
But
Certain restraint on his father's part?
I'm not holding things against anyone here.
I'm sorry.
I indicated that it certainly would have been more appropriate to get Danny into some type of professional intervention for that particular problem at that time.
You will admit we've come a long way in the last 20 years plus in the way people deal with their problems.
That's correct.
And that it wasn't necessarily common 20 or 25 years ago when your children had problems that you took them down to a psychologist.
Probably wasn't as common then as it is now.
And there wouldn't have been anything at all uncommon about the fact that 25, well, I'd be longer than that. 30 years ago, it wasn't uncommon for a man who was working to allow his wife to be the one who would handle the problems at the school, would it?
Probably not.
So when you were asked about Danny having, his father having blamed the ex-wife, it is true, isn't it, throughout his life, that in all the records you reviewed, that a common pattern has been Danny has always been able to find something or someone to blame his behavior on, hasn't he?
Danny has tried to understand his behavior, and in doing so, he has looked to past events. Again, from the time that I saw Danny in Ocala over 3 years ago, Danny has accepted responsibility for what he has done in Gainesville.
But we know that he's blamed part of it.
I don't know if blame is a fair word. He has tried to use these various events that have occurred to him to try and understand and explain why he may have done what he had done, but he has been willing to take the responsibility for it.
And always indicated that he was very conscious of what he was doing.
He's been conscious of what he's been doing, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for the evening. Same instructions on the listen to or watch accounts in the media. It doesn't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else, but anybody in your services. You can see in the morning at 9. For the recess at 9:30 on the clock.
They wanted it to be ready so we wouldn't have to have this loading time. But it's not cooperating today. Okay. This is Danny Rolling's aunt.
Explain to you, first of all, that the next witness that the defense intends to call, as I understand, is Agnes Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury why she's not here?
Because at this time, calling this Agnes Agnes Mitchell. She was subpoenaed in Shreveport, Louisiana. Unfortunately, Ms. Mitchell took seriously ill, had to be hospitalized, and is currently in intensive care.
Oh.
There was a deposition that was conducted by the public defender. State's Attorney's Office.
Okay, hold on.
1993.
Okay. Am I back? Oh, hang on. Okay. So this is Agnes Mitchell. Her testimony, not her. She's in the hospital. This is Danny's aunt, and the female defense attorney is going to read her transcript. I think is what they said. Oh, hang on. Gotta share my screen.
President at this time anticipated calling Ms. Agnes Mitchell. She was subpoenaed in Shreveport, Louisiana. Unfortunately, Ms. Mitchell took seriously ill, had to be hospitalized, and is currently in intensive. A deputy that was conducted by the Public Defender's Office and the State's Attorney's Office for the Eastern Judicial Circuit on October 13th, 1993 with Ms. Mitchell. At this time, it would be the intent of the defense to offer that deposition into evidence through testimony. This procedure will take the following form offered by the state. The individuals who have been asking the question at that deposition for the state would have been Mr. Nylon and the singer. The attorney asking the questions for the Public Defender's Office would have been Ms. Jennifer Sedalis. At that point in the proceeding, either for the state, Mr. Nylon will notify you as to which one of the attorneys is asking the questions. If it reaches a point in time, Blunt will be asking those questions. Ms. Blunt will also be giving the answers that would have been given by Ms. Mitchell in the course of the deposition.
Judge, I think we'd agree with all that. I have agreed. I'll be asking all the questions, no matter who the lawyer is, and she'll be responding as the rest.
And you will tell the jury whose questions they are, at least at the inception.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. One other I believe you saw your Rowland's videotape deposition. I want you to understand there is a difference in that at the time that that deposition was taken, that is what is known as a deposition to perpetuate testimony, which means there is an expectation and a ruling by the court that because of a physical infirmity or some other problem, that the lawyers get that testimony as it would be taken in court, and they intend that when they go take the deposition. Obviously, as you've heard Mr. Kearns explain, that was not the expectation with Ms. Mitchell. It was the defense's intention to have her here in person. The decision that was taken by Ms. Singer and by Mr. Nylon was a deposition for discovery, which is a little different kind of a deposition, and often the questions may be somewhat different. It is intended to find out anything that may be material to the case, and the lawyers are not as focused on the issue of what will actually be presented at trial. Circumstances have just created a situation where we have had to rely upon that deposition in order to bring you this testimony. So if you'll understand the difference in the nature of the questions, you understand that what happened this morning is we had a very long, by your standards, I'm sure too long, hearing on some of the issues that were raised concerning some of the questions and some of the answers that were given by the witnesses. And the only way to do that is to go through the deposition almost line by line where there's an objection, and for me to make a ruling so the lawyers can know what to publish or what not to publish in front of you. So that's the reason that you've been delayed this morning. And with that, Mr. Nylon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Whereupon Agnes Mitchell, having first been duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. Direct examination by Ms. Singer. Ms. Mitchell, my name is Jeannie Singer, and I'm here representing the state of Florida in the case of style State of Florida versus Danny Rowland. Before we get started, I want to ask you a few questions and tell you a few things about what we're going to do today so that you and I are on the same page when it comes to answering questions. Have you ever given a deposition before?
No.
I want to tell you how I do it, and if you have any questions after I speak with you, then you can stop and ask me questions before we go on, and actually ask you the questions that we need to know today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be asking you questions, and if you do not know the answer to the question, I would prefer you tell me you do not know, rather than guessing or speculating. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
If you don't understand the question that I ask you, would you be able to tell me you don't understand so that I can restate the question?
Sure.
If you don't understand the question, I would prefer you do that. If you answer the question, I will assume that you understood my question. All right? Is that okay?
Okay.
You need to answer yes or no rather than and because this lady here is writing down everything you say. And if you say it doesn't read understandably on the machine. So if I correct you and say, is that a yes or is that a no, I don't mean to be discourteous. I just want to have the written record reflect truly what you said today. All right?
Okay.
When I said, is that a yes, it sounds discourteous, but I don't mean it that way, all right? And of course, if you at any time want to take a break, you're free to do that by merely telling me I need to take a break, and we'll stop. My reason for taking this deposition and asking questions of you is not to trick you. So if you think I'm asking you a tricky question, you need to stop and tell me. That's not my intent. That's not my purpose. It's to get information from you. The reason why I tell you this beforehand is we hold you to what you tell us today. You have been put under oath, and we don't want you to later say, well, she tricked me or she misunderstood me. I want you to think that answer, all right?
Okay.
Do you have any questions before we get started?
No.
You did give me your subpoena today. How many miles did you travel?
There's my aunt. I would say 15 miles.
By Mr. Nylon, question one way. By Ms. Singer, one way.
One way.
By Mr. Nylon, a question and a zip code if you know it.
71108.
By Ms. Singer. And Ms. Mitchell, also, one other thing. If you are going to estimate or guess, for instance, let's say length of time, which would be something you might want to estimate. I'm not sure when it exactly happened, but it was May of 1990 or something, whatever. If you're going to do that, if you would tell me that you're not sure, and I won't hold you to it later on. If you give me a date and a time, I'm going to assume that you've got pretty reliable memory of that date and time. All right?
Well, that's going to happen.
That's fine.
That's going to happen.
Just tell me, I think it was around this time or it was around Christmas. You can use landmark dates, but unless you're real sure, I prefer you tell me right up front that you're not sure of the date and time. And that way, the record will probably reflect that, okay?
That sounds good.
Would you state your full name?
Agnes Wilkerson Mitchell.
That's Wilkerson. Would you spell that for us?
Wilkerson.
And your date of birth, Miss Mitchell?
2/29/20.
That makes you how old?
That makes me 73 years old.
Your present address?
8517 Parkdale Drive, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71108.
Who do you live there with?
My son, Bob Mitchell.
Are you married?
Yes.
And your husband, is he still alive?
Yes, he's in the hospital. He's for about 3.5 months.
All right, his name is?
Joe L. Mitchell.
You mentioned that you were employed. Where do you work?
No, I only answer the phone. I'm retired. I'm not, so to speak, self-employed. I answer the phone for my son at home rather than his office.
What does he do for a living?
He's in business. He runs a warehouse.
And you do some telephone answering for him?
Right.
How are you related to the defendant in this case, Danny Harold Rowley?
He's my nephew.
You are related to his mother or his father?
His mother is my sister.
His mother is your sister. In your family, are you older than Danny's mother or younger than Danny's mother?
I'm older.
How many years separate the two of you?
11.
How many other sisters and brothers do you have besides Danny's mother?
I have 2 sisters and 1 brother.
Where in relation to the 2 sisters are you?
I'm the middle child. My brother is older. I have a sister that's older. And then I have a sister that's younger, yet between Claudia and I.
Are you and Claudia separated by any siblings? Was it you then, Claudia, born, or are there other siblings between the 2 of you?
Pardon me, I don't understand.
All right. Are there any other sisters or brothers between you and Claudia in that 11-year period?
There's 1 sister.
Between the 2 of you?
Right.
And her name is?
Nadine Johnson.
Where is she?
She's in Florida. She lives in Tallahassee, Florida.
How many years separate the 2 of you?
5 years.
And would that mean then that there are 6 years between she and Danny's mother?
It would be 7 years.
7 years between the 2 of them. How frequently do you see your sister Claudia?
Very frequent.
very frequent now, or has it always been that way?
No, it hasn't. There was a time that James Harold Rowling, her husband, refused to let the family come to his house. So he was so domineering to her, I don't know any other word I can say, that he refused to let her visit us.
Can you tell us what time period that was, Ms. Mitchell? Can you give us years, perhaps?
Well, first, let me finish that answer. It wasn't that I didn't visit her or see him, but I would go when he was at work or she would come to see me. She would come to me. So we still have pretty close connections.
Contact.
Right.
It was just that you didn't see her when he was around.
Right, if we could avoid it. But there was times that he would come when we would be there. He would be watching or have someone watching the house, and he would just come in when he was on his job.
All right, let's talk about the years then that we're talking about here. First of all, were the children born at this time?
Skating for over 45 years.
Before Danny was 7 or 8 years old, did you have regular contact with your sister and brother-in-law? That would be Claudia and James Harold.
Georgia, and they didn't come back until Danny was about four or maybe 5. I'm guessing about that age because I can't remember. They moved into the house with me at the time.
They moved into your home?
Right.
And when Danny was 5 years old, 5 years of age, was Kevin born?
Oh, yes. Kevin is only a year difference in their age.
All right, let's go back even before Danny was born. Were they living in Shreveport?
Yes. Before
Danny was born? Were they married here in Shreveport?
Yes.
Were you present at their?
No, let me back up on that. They was married in Columbus, Georgia, and then they came to Shreveport shortly after that.
Do you remember what year Claudia and James Harold were married?
I'm sorry, I can't remember that date. It was, can I guess on that?
Yes, you can give me an approximate.
I would say that it was in the middle 50s.
Were you involved with the family when Danny was born?
Oh, yes.
How close would you describe your relationship to your nephew, Danny Rowling?
Very close. As close as I could get without his approval.
Without James Harold's approval?
Right.
And did you babysit for the family?
Yes, I did.
Did you care for both Danny and Kevin?
Yes, I did.
As they were growing up? Tell me about what it was like in the Rowling home. As the children were growing up, did you witness any of that?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what it was like.
When Danny was about 6 or 7 months old, he wasn't walking. He might have been a few months older.
He was not walking?
No, he wasn't walking. And he was sitting in the living room floor. My sister had called me previous to that. James was supposed to have been working and asked me to come and take her with her clothes to her mother's because she didn't have a way to wash. So I went. And then I had already put one load of the clothes in the car. I was parked on the side of the duplex that they lived in. The reason I'm describing this is the door that came into the side out onto the driveway, just like a step. And this baby was sitting in the living room. And James, I don't know where his car was, but he was on duty. And all of a sudden, he came in this front door. He just bursted in, and he said some real bad language. Quote, what do you think you're doing? What are you doing here? End quote. And I told him that Claudia had told me to come and pick up the wash. And he said, quote, the best thing you can do is to leave out, end quote. Well, I didn't know at that point that there had been a fight the night before and that morning there. had been some going on there. Quote, I have to wash. This baby's got no more clean clothes and I have to wash, end quote. So I just stood there. I walked around towards the door leading into the hall. The living room was small, and here was the door going into the hall, and he came by and he said, quote, I'm boss here and I take care of what goes on here, end quote. And he kicked that baby, and the baby slid for halfway across. Then he landed on his side and hit the wall on the opposite side in the hall through the door. He kicked him through the door, and the baby hit the wall in the hall.
And you saw that?
I saw that.
What did you do in response to that?
I told him I was going to call the police.
Did you do that?
He drew a gun on me and ordered me out of the house.
What did you do after that?
I took my sister and the baby. I picked the baby up, took my sister and took her and put her in the car and took her to my parents.
And how long did your sister stay there? This would be Claudia?
I would say a month or maybe more.
This was before Kevin was born?
Oh yes, she was pregnant with Kevin at the time.
So you actually left the residence with Danny and Danny's mother, Claudia.
Right.
Other than that particular incident where the baby was kicked, did you see any other incident where James Harold Rowling actually made physical contact with either of the children?
Oh yes, many, many times.
Describe some of those things for us.
When Danny and Kevin came to my house to live, well, they left and moved to Columbus, Georgia when the children was like 3 years old. And there was some abuse that went on there that she has told us about him not letting the children eat at the table with them, which we witnessed that after they came back. And when they came back to Shreveport, could I go back and tell you another incident that happened when she was pregnant with Danny?
This is before?
This is when she was pregnant with Danny when they came the first time.
All right.
She again had called me to pick her up to come to my house to wash. And they lived in a garage apartment behind a preacher's house. And when I went to pick her up, she was forever watching the house to see who comes and who goes. He was forever watching the house to see who comes and who goes. And he drove up, and she was sitting with the clothes, had already locked the door, and was sitting at the top of these steps that went to the outside. And he told her she couldn't go. And she said, quote, I'm going to go. She's already here to pick me up, and I've got everything ready, end quote. And he told her, quote, no, end quote. And he went up behind her and shoved her like this, indicating, and she bumped down about 5-6 steps and then rolled on over. And she was real big pregnant with Danny at that time.
Now let's go to Columbus.
Okay.
They come back from Columbus and they're living with you at your residence. Is that you, your husband, and?
They moved in my house.
And were your children? Did you have children living there at the time?
Yes.
And how many children did you have living there at the time?
I had 2 daughters and 2 sons.
And what were their ages at the time that the family moved in with y'all?
My oldest son, my 2 older children were married at the time and living out of town. But the older son that was living there with us, James, was 18, 19, and Larry was 16, about 17.
Okay, so go ahead and tell me what happened when they had moved back to your residence here in Shreveport. Danny was about 4, 5, or 6, and then I guess Kevin.
He was about 5, I'd say about 5 years old. I don't think he was in school yet.
And Kevin would have been about 4, between 3 and 4?
Right.
Go ahead and tell me what you saw then.
The first incident that I can recall, there was daily incidents, but the first one that I could remember, I had this little tree that was about as tall as this room, and Danny loved to climb in it, and he never got high enough that if he fell, unless he broke a limb or something, could really hurt. Well, James had gone he would take one of my sons to work in the morning, the other worked at night. So he had taken one of them to work, and he had come back, and Danny was in this tree up on the first limb. And he took that child and pulled him by the leg out of the tree to the ground and called him terrible names. But that was...
Do you remember the names?
That was a daily thing, the name calling.
What was the name calling?
Quote, you're sorry, you're stupid, you ain't got no sense, or you wouldn't be climbing in that tree, end quote. It was always referring to what he had felt like he had done. Quote, you never will have any sense, end quote, and...
Did he ever tell Kevin the same thing?
Oh, yes.
All right, let's talk about what other incidents you saw besides him taking him out of the tree.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. going back, he told Kevin the same things?
Yes, they both were abused, very, very badly abused children.
When you say very badly abused, you're talking about verbal abuse?
Verbal, physical.
All right, let's talk about what other incidents you saw besides him taking him out of the tree and then using like verbal statements condemning him or whatever.
He didn't like them to come to the table with him to eat. He said, quote, children should not come to the table with parents, end quote. See, he was in my house and I said, quote, no, the children will be fed first, end quote. So I began to feed them ahead of him and make him wait.
All right.
The reason I done that was because if he'd come to the table with us, he would forever be slapping them. The children was so nervous until they turned their drink over or dropped their spoon or fork or whatever. They was shaking the entire time he'd be sitting there, so I would feed them ahead.
When did you first see them actually shaking at the table? I mean, you must have seen that.
From the very beginning.
So how frequently did you have them eat with their father before you decided to feed them first?
Very seldom.
Give me a number. Did they eat with their father more than 5 times before you decided to feed them first?
Yes.
Was it more than 5 times?
At least 5.
Okay, more than 10 times before you decided that?
No, I wouldn't say so.
So it was between 5 and 10 times, and then you decided, I'll feed the children first.
Right.
You had no young children at the time.
No, my youngest child was 12 years old.
Did he eat or she eat with the younger children, or did she eat at the table?
If she wanted to, she didn't always want to. Renee always preferred to eat with the family.
So with the adults?
Right.
So did James Harold ever say anything to your daughter about her eating habits?
No.
He never disciplined her at your table?
No, he knew better than to do that.
Okay, other than him disciplining the children at the table, as far as their manners were concerned, the children were 3 and 5, or 4 and 6, something like that?
About 4 and 5. There's only a year's difference in the age.
Right. How long did they live with you?
It was 6 months or less.
So this was with a 6-month period? Other than disciplining at the table, what else did you see during that time period?
Beatings with...
Describe the beatings with belts. Tell me what happened first.
I think about...
And then what led up to it?
It would be some little thing, or they would be in his way. He was forever knocking them with the back of his hands, quote, don't get in my way, end quote. There was one particular time that this thought has just come to me, that Danny was taking a bath, and I'd already bathed Kevin and took him out. The mother was working, and he went in and smacked that child hard with a belt and brought the blood.
Who?
Danny, because Danny was playing in the tub while I took Kevin out, and I had him in the back of the house drying him off. And so he smacked him with a belt because he didn't get out of the tub and go on to be dressed.
Where did he smack his child with the belt?
All over his back and his legs.
The back area, back buttocks and upper legs?
Right, and his legs. He was smacked all over, actually on his arms, wherever he decided to hit.
I'm not sure I understand that. Did he make a choice and then aim for it, or he swung the belt and if the child was running, he got hit on the arm?
I wasn't.
I got spanked with a belt. I was told to bend over the arm of the couch, and if I moved around, he would get my lower back and the top of my thighs. If I was not, he aimed for my butt. If I moved around, I got it in other places. I didn't get it on my arms, though. So it was my fault if I moved around, I would get it other places. And like I said yesterday, I never considered myself abused because I was getting spanked. That was the way I got spanked. And I think I was, 10, 11, maybe the last time I got spanked, because we moved when I was 12. And I don't ever remember getting spanked after we moved from Sarasota. So I had to be younger than 12 when it stopped. So, and it was usually over my grades, because I usually didn't behave badly. It was usually grades. But yeah, if I moved around, I got it wherever the belt landed.
House dressing the younger one.
You did not see the actual striking
No, only when he came out. Danny was running and he hit him
with the belt,
with the belt in the door of the bathroom.
and you said it brought blood?
It brought blood.
I'm not sure you mean like a black and blue,
Well, on the tip of his leg,
like a welt,
right?
as opposed to a cut. By Ms. Adelis, I'm going to ask, just as a courtesy, that you allow Ms. Mitchell to finish her answer before you go on, please. By Ms. Singer, I'm sorry, Ms. Mitchell. Ms. Adelis, go ahead, Ms. Mitchell. Question by Ms. Singer. When you say brought blood, I'm not sure whether you mean like a bruising or whether you mean like a cutting.
It's like something hits you hard enough to bring the blood to the surface and you don't bleed a lot. That's what I'm talking about.
Does it actually bring droplets of blood up, or did it just make a bruising like a red mark?
It brought blood up. I'm not going to say on the whole area, probably in the crease where the belt hit the hardest, maybe around the edge of the belt.
And that was on what part of his body?
Those children carried bruises and things like that all the time.
Talking about the 6-month period when they live with you now, we're just going to concentrate on that for a while. How many times did you actually see James Harold Rowling use a belt on the children?
Could I say lots of times?
Yes.
Lots of times.
Are you able to give an estimate better than that?
He would be angry with me because I would say, quote, the children need to go out and play, end quote. He wanted them forever to either be sitting in a place or not speaking, not doing any activities at all. And I would insist that they go into the yard and play like children like to do.
Right.
And he would find something, some reason to jump on those children. He always managed to find a way, something they had done wrong.
Did it always lead to a physical, or was it more a verbal type of a situation?
It was both. It was both.
Did it always lead to a physical contact between the father and the children?
I'm not going to say always, but most of the time. He loved to strike. He loved to, it seemed that he couldn't get his fury over unless he was hitting at something or abuse, torturing. I would call it torturing something or someone. He loved to do that.
Yeah. What was the torturing part? What did he do exactly that you would define as torture?
Let me give you one incident in the hall.
This is during the 6-month period?
Yes, I had gone grocery shopping, my oldest daughter and I, the oldest that was at home. We had gone to the grocery store and we came in and he had those 2 children sitting in the hall with my pots over their head, sitting lined up in the hall. And he had a spoon and he would touch each one on top of the head as he passed by and was laughing about it. Well, if that's not physical abuse, what is it?
What was the reason for the pots on the head?
He never did give me a reason. He said, quote, those children are crazy. They're disobedient. They're just like their mother, end quote.
What were the children doing when he was hitting them with the spoon on the head on top of the pot?
They was holding onto the pot.
That's what they were doing?
Right.
Now, did you ever see?
The little one was crying. I think Danny was afraid to cry. I don't remember hearing Danny cry.
This happened to both Kevin and Danny?
Right.
Did you ever see him actually tie? You mentioned something about tying their hands together when they were in Columbus.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever see him do that?
Oh, yeah. I seen it. I seen it after it happened, but he could never have done that if I had been there and seen him doing it.
So you never did see him doing it. It was only after the fact.
Right.
Were they tied up when you saw them?
Right.
Give me an example of, give me the situation where they were tied up. Tell me what happened there.
Well, Danny was the type that would squirm and scream and run around him and everything to try to get away from him. And he told me that that's why he tied him up, tied their hands, because Danny squirmed. But then he done it to Kevin, too.
He tied Kevin up also?
Yeah.
What would be the circumstance? You'd be in the house, or you'd be out in the backyard, or what?
I'd be doing something in the house.
What would he be doing there?
He would be following either me, my daughters, or the children around, doing things that he wanted to do.
Like?
And we were trying to ignore him. We was trying to get along on account of my sister.
What was he doing at home there?
He wasn't working.
He was not working at all at that time?
No.
Your sister was working and he was not working at all at that time?
Right.
He was out of work?
Right.
How many times did you actually see the children tied up?
I would say a dozen times.
And that's within that 6-month period?
Yes.
And when you saw them tied up, what did you do?
I untied them.
What did he do in response to that?
He would get in the car and leave. He would get mad. He'd go tell my father that I was trying to correct the children. And I was trying to keep him from correcting the children. He's going to have to leave. He's going to have to find another place to go, that he couldn't correct the children around me. And when my father asked me about it, I told him what was happening.
Now, going back then, within the 6-month period, did you ever see anything else other than what you've already told us, that he hit the children with the belt, he tied them up, he was verbally abusive to them? I think that's it. And the pots, anything else?
Just like I say, the abuse was about a daily thing, one way or the other, because he was on the scene most of the time until he would just leave and go some other place. Because I would get on to him about abusing the children.
You would actually say something to him about it?
Right.
What would you say to him?
I just tell him he can't do that. That is abuse to those children, and you can't do that in my house.
This is all during the 6-month period?
Right. So that was the day that I asked him to leave.
Did you tell your sister she could stay with you?
I told her she'd have to find another place. I couldn't.
In other words, she had to go also.
No, she didn't have to go. No, I offered her a place, but he would have to go.
And what did she do? Did she stay with you all?
No.
She went with him.
She moved into the house with Mother and Daddy, which was 4 or 5 blocks away from me.
And did James Harrell move in with her there?
Yes.
How long did they live there?
Until he went to work on the police force. It must have been 5 or 6 months.
Did you see her frequently during that 5 or 6 month period?
No, I didn't. Not too much.
Did your sister ever come and live with you at any other time other than that 6-month period that you've talked to us about?
No.
He then lived with your parents for a while. They both lived with your parents for a while, about 6 months. And then what did they do? Buy their own home or get their own home?
No, they moved into a rental house.
And how long did they live there?
Danny and Kevin both started school from that house, I think, 1.5 years or 2 years maybe.
How frequently did you see the family at that time?
Not very frequent, because I went back to work.
When you say, quote, not very frequent, end quote, how frequently would you have seen them?
Well, my mother was keeping their children, so my mother moved in with me, and they would bring the children in the morning and...
By Ms. Adelis, that's your next witness, Mr. Nylon, okay.
They would bring the children in the morning and pick them up in the afternoon. So the only connection that I had with them would be when he would be there when I would come. But James had a way of taking over any situation and trying to control everything. So he and my dad had several confrontations about that. They had 2 or 3 more run-ins when they were living with them.
By Ms. Singer, when they were living in this rental house, did you ever see him with his children?
I didn't visit there very much. I only visited there a couple of times. At this point, my dad was trying to get Claudia to have something done. We could see in Danny's growing up that there was something wrong, something bad wrong, because Danny was having illusions. He was having nightmares.
This is, who is telling you this, that he was having nightmares?
No, my mother kept them in the daytime.
All right.
A lot. And I had this day off. Tuesdays is my day off. And I seen things myself from this child that was not normal.
What did you see when you were off?
Well, my mother set up an ironing board one day. Dad had got her a new ironing board cover, and she had put the ironing board cover on and had set up the iron and had sprinkled her clothes to iron. And had gone back into the kitchen, and I was in a different part of the house. When I came in, Danny had a razor blade and he was cutting. Mother had a dress draped across this ironing board, and he was cutting strips across this all the way, more than halfway. He'd already gone up more than halfway up the ironing board.
How old was he then?
About 6 years old.
All right, and that's 1.
Maybe 7.
That was 1. What did your mother do?
I said, Danny, what are you doing? Well, of course, he dropped the razor blade on the ironing board and ran and hid behind the couch. And I called Mother and I said, quote, come here and see what Danny's done, end quote. I said, quote, Mother, something's got to be done with that child, end quote. And she said, quote, well, that's nothing, she said. Look at this, end quote. She had crocheted a huge, great big scarf and hung it on the couch. And she said, quote, he had cut that to shreds around there, end quote. So when I asked him, I said, quote, Danny, come and talk to me and tell me about this, end quote. And he said, quote, well, Auntie, end quote. He was just shaking. And he said, quote, Auntie, the reason I did it is because, he said, it's got bugs on it. It's got bugs all over it. I was killing those bugs. And I said, quote, Danny, there had no bugs on it. That had no bugs on it, end quote. Yes, quote, yes, it did. Yes, it did, end quote. He would never accept the fact that there was no bugs on it.
Now, what did your mother or you do in response to this behavior? Did you discipline him
No,
in any way?
no.
So he was not disciplined for that.
Because I had already seen that there was something wrong with the child. We constantly confronted Claudia because there was no need to confront James. But we constantly, my father and my mother said, quote, Claudia, do something. This child needs help, do something, end quote. But then,
What kind of help were you looking for?
then Kevin began to also see things that wasn't there, do things that the disposition in the two children was so different.
Let me stop you. When you said do something, what kind, quote, do something, end quote, what kind of work or what did you want them to do for Danny? What did you want Claudia to do?
I wanted them to get that child to a psychiatrist or someone to get help for him.
Did Claudia do that?
No,
Did you do that?
no.
Did your parents do that?
I was refused to do it.
Did your parents do that?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever call any state authority and make a complaint, either
Yes,
giving a name
yes,
or anonymously?
yes.
When did you do that?
I called the chief of police.
I was refused to do it. That's a weird way to phrase that. I was refused to do it. Does that mean like she was forbidden to do it by her sister or by Danny's dad? I was refused to do it. That's kind of a weird way to put that.
And when Danny was about 8 years old, I called the chief of police because he had tied those two children to a post and it was hot, really hot.
Which two children?
Danny and Kevin.
You mean James had tied them to a post?
Right. And I don't know if he was off that day or no. No, not, but Claudia was working. Claudia worked through all of this. And I went by there. Mother had told me that Danny had called and said that he was going to run away. Said his dad had beat him and he was going to run away. And she said, drive by there and see what's going on. I did. He had them tied to a pole, an iron pole to the end of the house, the end of the driveway when I got there. And it was hot. It was in the summertime. It was hot. And those two children had perspired until they was wet all over. So again, I said, quote, I'm going to call the police on you, end quote. Well, he untied the children, and I guess that was the only abuse that he'd done right then. I said, quote, let me take them to mothers, end quote. He said, quote, they're old enough to be here by themselves. They don't have to be taken care of, end quote. Said, quote, besides, your mother pets them and spoils them, so we're not going to let her keep them anymore, end quote.
Going back now, you did call the police on that or you did not call the police?
I called Mr. D'Artois, the chief of police in Shreveport, and reported what I had seen.
Mr.
D'Artois. His name was D'Artois. He reported that. And he said, quote, well, I'm sorry, he said. He's a good officer for me. He does his duty here. There's nothing I can do. It's a family affair, end quote.
Did you ever call the Department of Child Welfare for the state of Louisiana, make a report to them?
My sister asked me not to. As a matter of fact, my father and myself.
See, y'all, see, that is what I was talking about during the, when we were watching the Menendez trial on Legal Bites channel. And we were talking about how abuse was seen differently back then. It's a family matter. That's it right there. In a nutshell. Family matter. That's how abuse was handled back then. It sucks, but that's what it was.
And my oldest sister, when she got back, had discussed this because Danny had gotten quite a bit older by that time, 12, 13 years old.
Well, let's stay now where we're still 8 years old here, 7 or 8 years old, and cuts this.
Well, no, I didn't report that at that point, no.
He's cutting up the dress on the ironing board. He made a hole in it, in an Afghan or crocheted
Right.
bed cover of some type. And then you describe an incident where his father has tied him to a pole. During any of that time,
He was older at that time. This is not the same incident.
not the same time period as,
No.
okay, you're saying he sees illusions because he said there were bugs on the dress and you didn't see a bug. And he said,
Not here. There was no bugs there.
other than him cutting up the dress, what other behaviors did you see that suggested to you he was seeing things?
He would go in my daughter's room and destroy things when she was at school, destroy her things. He would.
This was while he was living with your mother?
It's while my mother was keeping them. They had already moved into this rental house.
All right, okay.
And she was keeping them. It was in the summer before school started in the fall. He would break up her tapes, her records. He broke her stereo. He would destroy or hide whatever she had. But he'd done that also to everybody in the family if he could find whatever.
What did you do when you would confront him with this destruction? How would you confront him?
I got to the point that I didn't confront him much because he would get so upset and so nervous that he would scratch the blood. He would stand and scratch the blood out on his arms. He would try to pull his fingers. He would pull on his fingers and he would scratch his face. He would just do things that you knew that he was really, really nervous.
So he would tear up your daughter's room and you would not discipline him about that?
No.
There'd be no discipline at all from your side?
Not from me. My mother and father would talk to him. But like I said, we could see things was happening to Danny and nothing was being done to correct it.
And you did nothing to correct it either?
No.
You did not take any action on your own?
Well, I can't say I didn't. I can't say I didn't talk to Danny. I tried to, because Danny and I became real good friends as he began to grow up, because he was used to come to me with a lot of his problems. But as far as smacking him or anything, I didn't feel like that was my place to do that.
No, but...
That was...
And you didn't call any agency or any outside person to try and get any kind of psychiatric or psychological help?
No, because my sister would forever forbid it.
Did you ever offer to take him in as your own?
Yes. My mother and father and I tried to talk to her about it, but the only answer we could get was, quote, "You hate him," end quote. One particular day
you were told that you hated him?
I was told the reason that I wanted him to see a psychiatrist or a therapist or someone to take care of that or to examine was that I didn't love him.
Who told you that?
That I hated him.
Who told you that? Your sister?
His mother.
That doesn't make sense to me. Does it make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Why would she feel that you hated him?
Because she was protecting her husband at that point. She kept telling me, when James gets old, when he gets a little older, he will see the mistake he's made. And I think he will be a better daddy and a better husband. And I think things will be different.
So it was your sister's position that you did not like me?
Nods head.
Is that, you need to say yes or no?
Yes, but that was a defense, and I knew it, because she would never accuse me of hating Danny if it was not her defense.
Other than the ironing board incident, is there anything else you can think of until you move on to when they get tied up with the pole? Is there anything that happens in between there that we should know about?
There's so many things that I get ahead of myself or behind myself. There was a time, and they had moved to a house that they had bought, and Danny was about 9-10 years old.
Kevin would have been about?
In the house that they live in now.
Kevin would have been about 8 or 9 then?
Right, about 8 or 9. And their mother was getting them ready to go to the fair. and he didn't want them to go. He said they couldn't go because my older sister her husband's in the service and he had moved. They had moved to a different place and she had come to town until he could get everything settled. And so she was going to the fair with them. Well, she had children about Danny and Kevin's age. And he said, quote, "No, he can't go. They can't go with them," end quote. And Claudia said, quote, "Yes, he's going to go," end quote. Said, quote, "I took off from work to take him. He's going to today's Children's Day, and he's going to go," end quote. There was a big fight that happened.
Between the two parents?
Between the two parents about this. And Kevin walked away. My sister went to pick them up, and Kevin walked down the driveway away from the house. And Danny was standing close to him, and he grabbed Danny and pushed him down the driveway, and he said, quote, "I said you're not going to go," end quote. He said, quote, "I'm boss of this house," end quote, and ordered my sister to leave and don't take them. So I think my daddy went and picked them up because me and my sister, I was in the car with her, and we drove on over to my mother's. And I think my dad...
Did the boys go to the fair that day?
So after James went on back to work, my dad went and picked the boys up, and they did go to the fair together. And Danny was so hyper and so nervous when he got there. I don't know what the discipline was other than what we saw, but he was so nervous until he was fighting at everything and everybody. He just started fighting everything. He hit my sister's son in the mouth. He broke his nose, and he was that way all the rest of the day.
Did you make a report to any agency about that incident?
No.
Did you get him any therapy or counseling for that incident?
No.
What other incident do you remember when Danny was 8 or 9 years old?
When Danny was about 12.
Is this the next incident you remember?
Well, like I said, there's a lot of incidents there, but I'm trying to give you the most vivid things in my mind.
Right.
I went over. Claudia had called me and told me that the children had terrible beatings at night and that he had threatened Danny's life. Danny was about 12 years old, 12, 13. And so I went over that morning, but I waited until he went to work. I didn't want any confrontation with him because he was so abusive with his language. So when I got there, she had not worked that day. And the boys, I was trying to remember if it was Danny or Kevin. I think it was Kevin that he had really abused that particular day. Danny was on his bicycle, had been riding, Claudia said, around the neighborhood on his bicycle, and he had drove up into the driveway. And Kevin was in his room in his underwear, and James drove up right behind me and blocked the driveway. I was up in the driveway, and he blocked the driveway with the police car and jumped out of the car. And there was a piece of pipe, I would say 3 feet long, just a small piece of pipe. And when Danny seen his dad get out of the car, he turned the bicycle around and started back down the driveway because he could have gotten around the car. But James Harold stuck the pipe into the spokes on that bicycle and took Danny and pushed him off the bicycle. He said, quote, "You're not going anywhere. You're going nowhere," end quote. And Danny began to cry because he had broken some of the spokes on his bicycle. So I took my sister and left. But my sister told me at that point that he had beat Kevin because she had to go in and see that Kevin got dressed.
All right, so Danny hadn't been beaten that day. It was Kevin.
Not to my knowledge. I can't remember that I even asked that.
And you took them all that day. They moved out of the home at that time.
No, not yet. Danny was about 17 or 18. Kevin was about 16 when she moved out, got an apartment. But again, he intimidated her, called her, came by, made threats and everything until she went back.
What about other incidents with Danny after the bike spoke incident?
After the bicycle situation, circumstances, Danny had started slipping off and coming to my house.
Because he's now 12 years old, right?
Yeah, he was about 12, 13, 14 years old in that age group, and Kevin wouldn't. Only once or twice Kevin would do that because he was so fearful of his father until he tried to stay out of the scene completely. He would go.
Yep, because then they'd have to press charges, and then he couldn't be a cop anymore. And apparently he was a good police officer, which, that just makes me so mad. Because he knows he can get away with it now. Like, he knows they're not going to touch him, and he can get away with anything he wants to do at home. Which just makes him even worse, because he knows he can get away with it.
hide when his dad would come, or his mother would have them already bathed and put in a room because he didn't want them in his sight. He wouldn't eat at the table with them. I went in one morning when he had beat Kevin until Kevin had wet on himself. And Kevin was a teenager, but he had wet in his clothes. He had beat him so hard because he beat him with a police belt. And those things are thick and wide.
Did you at any of these times, Ms. Mitchell, ever offer to take the boys in on your own?
Oh, yes.
Let them live?
Honey, we begged her, please.
And she didn't allow you to do that?
No, she'd always have a different reason to tell us that, quote, well, I can't right now. I'm going to, but I can't right now, end quote.
Did you ever then decide that you needed to go above her, go to some state agency, and have them come in and remove the children from this environment?
Yes, she left him once. Danny came to me and threatened suicide, and he said,
This is when he was how old?
he said, quote, I've already planned the way I'm going to do it, end quote. And I said, quote, Danny, why would you even want to, end quote.
How old was he then at this point?
He was about 13. Quote, Danny, why would you even want to do that? There's other ways for you to protect yourself, end quote. He says, quote, Auntie, my daddy hates me. I love him and I wish he would love me, end quote. And he said, quote, what could I do to make him love me, end quote. And I said, quote, Danny, I can't answer that. And he said, quote, well, I'm just going to commit suicide. I've already got it fixed up the way I'm going to do it, end quote.
When did Danny start getting in trouble with the law?
About 15, 16. He was a problem in school. He was the teachers, and I had gotten him to the point that my family was growing up and marrying off, and I had other things that I had to do, and I kind of grew away from trying to protect. I had tried so hard and so long to try to protect her and Danny and Kevin from him until I kind of got into the idea that nothing was going to ever happen. So Danny began to go with this girl because Danny always wanted to be a good person. So he joined the church. Danny was a kind-hearted, he was most humble type child. He was a type child that when he come to visit me, he would always go just throw his arms around me and just a melting kind of feeling. And I would hug him and say, quote, Danny, I love you, end quote. Quote, do you really, Auntie? Do you really and truly? My daddy says there's no such thing as love, end quote. I said, quote, but there is, end quote. So when he joined this church, it was a Pentecostal church. He came to me one day and he says, quote, Auntie, I know what you're talking about, love, end quote. He said, quote, I found love that I never ever knew before, end quote. And I said, quote, Danny, I have told you that there is love, end quote. And he said, quote, but I know, Auntie, but, quote, he says, quote, you know, my dad won't let us love, end quote.
This is what age now that we're here?
He was about 16, about 15, 16 years old.
Had you actually seen any other abuse before that, the time that he joins the church? You did see the bike spoke incident. Was there anything else you actually saw from the time the bike spoke incident?
Honey, I've been to that house when they would eat, and he would fight those children before and after. He would sit down to the table and demand things of those children, and if they didn't jump right to it. There was one time that they was about the same age as 12, 13 years old, and they was hungry, and they had been off somewhere playing with some friends or something, and Claudia had their lunch fixed. And they came in, James came in and sat down to eat. And the children came in at the time. And he refused. And Claudia said, quote, go wash up and I'll fix your food, end quote. And he said, quote, not until I eat you won't, because those children will not sit at the table with me, end quote. And I don't know of any time that he was in his own home that those children ever ate at the table, whether or not it was holidays or what. As a matter of fact, they could not even be in his sight.
But other than that, did you ever see any actual abuse? He has this rule. He does not want to eat with his children. They eat separate and apart from him. Other than that, did you ever see any abuse?
Well,
we had the spoke incident, and then you're going to talk about the church. And I'm trying to get this space in between. If you can give me any incidents that occurs before he joins the church.
Well, like I just told you that there was a time that I wasn't as close to Claudia, to her home life, and she was working, I was working, to her home life. She would call us and tell us things, but then she would back off and say, well, Like one day she said he pointed a gun at her throat, and threatened to kill her, and made threats like, quote, my grandfather, end quote, you know, quote, don't ever forget that my grandfather cut my grandmother's throat while she was eating, end quote.
This is between the parents now?
Yes, she would call us and tell us things like this.
Right.
And then he would back off and he would say, quote, he'll be better later. I'm sure he'll be better later, end quote. But see, she moved away from him at one point.
How long was she away from him?
I don't think it was more than a month. It might have been longer. I helped her to move into this apartment, but she had left him and come to my older sisters that lived where she lives now. They had moved. Her husband had retired from the Air Force, and she had moved back to Shreveport, and she came there to stay. And at that time, he had beat her and the two boys up really bad. And I called Mr. D'Artois again. That was the second time I had called him to report this. And I said, quote, something has to be done, end quote. And he said, quote, there's nothing you can do, end quote. He said, quote, I'll give him a good report, end quote. Said, quote, he does his job here, and what happens at home is a civil suit. Tell her to get a lawyer, end quote.
Did you tell her to get a lawyer?
Yes, many times. We even told her that we would get her an attorney and would pay for it.
Other than the spoke incident that we referred to and the fact that he was not allowing the children to eat with him, can you think of any other incidents that you actually saw between Danny and Kevin and their father that you haven't related to us as of yet?
I went by one day and he had those children handcuffed together.
How old were they at the time?
About 13, 14 years old.
And where?
They were big boys, and he said the reason that he had ordered them to cut the yard, and they had not done the job the way he wanted it done, and the mother was at work that day. I had gone by to pick up some things that Claudia had asked me to pick up and bring to her job, and those boys were handcuffed together in the floor, and he had both his knees, one on one boy and one on the other, and Danny was he was purple in the face. He had cut his hair off, but he had done my sister that way also.
He had cut his hair off?
Sorry. His knees was up on the lung part, up on the back of his chest, and they was side by side handcuffed together. They was in the kitchen floor.
And you walked in on this?
And I walked in from the carport.
And what did you do when you saw that?
I called my sister. My sister came home.
This is Claudia?
That's Claudia. My sister came home and took over the situation. And then I got a telephone call about 2 hours later that I needed to come. There was a disturbance. The woman across the street called me and said, quote, there's a bad disturbance over there. You need to come and see what's going on, end quote.
Nobody ever calls the police here in this neighborhood. Everybody calls the siblings, the sisters, the brothers, the aunts and uncles.
It didn't do you any good.
They don't call law enforcement.
I'm trying to tell you, it done no good. When the police chief is protecting him, what are you going to do?
You didn't call the sheriff's department? There is a sheriff's department in this parish, isn't there?
Well, I was under the impression you didn't go over the city to go to the state. You didn't go to the state to go over the city, was my understanding. Now, whether or not that was true, I don't know, but that was the understanding that I had, that this is as far as you go with it. My thought about police protection is the fact that if you call and report something that's going on, it should at least be looked into. It should be. Someone should look into it and see what is truly going on there.
But here you have a disturbance and the neighbor is calling you as opposed to calling law enforcement, whether it be the sheriff's department or the city police.
Well, who can say she didn't call the police?
All right. You only know she called you and told you to come.
I only know she called me. And when I got there, he come past me and said, quote, you better go in there and take care of your sister. She's in the bathtub, in the corner of the bathtub, out of her mind, end quote. I said, quote, what have you done to her, end quote. He said, quote, not half what I'm gonna do, end quote. He came past me and got in the police car and left. Most of these times that I'm talking to you about, he's on duty from the police department. And
by Miss Adelis, there's the police.
And
skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my
bathroom?
The vanity at the, what am I trying to say, at the bowl where you wash your hands?
Yes, the sink area.
Okay, and what I seen there was a razor blade with blood on it. Well, she had blood running down her arm, and I said, quote, Claudia, what in the world is the matter with you, end quote. I said, quote, I'm here, I'm okay, end quote. And she looked real wild at me. And over in the hall next to the wall was paper, a newspaper rolled up real tight. And I said, James came back and said something to me, and I can't even remember it. It's like, quote, you better get her out of here. You better get her out of here before I hurt her, end quote, something similar to that. And I said, quote, get on out of here and leave her alone. Let me see if I can reason with her, end quote. Well, I finally just grabbed around her and hugged her, and I said, quote, Claudia, this is Agnes. Everything's okay. Everything's all right, end quote. Well, she was jerking, and she pointed over towards this basin, and I looked, and there was that razor blade with that. I said, quote, what has happened here, end quote. And when she got to where I went and called an ambulance to come and pick her up, do something for her. And she said, when the ambulance driver got there, I said, quote, what happened here, end quote. And she said, quote, he attacked me in the room, end quote. And that room was scattered everywhere. And she said, quote, the only thing I had to defend myself, I was reading the paper, and the only thing I had to defend myself was this newspaper. And it was laying in the hall all rolled up, end quote. Well, he said later that she attacked him with the paper, but if you knew my sister, she's a very mild, she would never have done that. She would never have attacked anybody.
Now, where were the children when this was going on? Were they at school at that point?
Yes, Danny and Kevin both was in the house, and as I drove up in the driveway, come out of the house screaming.
So they were home. This happened when they were not at school?
They were there when this happened.
This was a weekday?
They could both testify to you about it. Anyway, she told me on the stretcher, after they got her on the stretcher, she said, quote, Agnes, get that razor blade. Take it home with you, end quote. He put that in my, not end quote. He put that in my hand and tried to force me to cut my wrist, end quote. I said, quote, Claudia, no, end quote. I said, quote, Claudia, you're going to have to get out of this, end quote. She said, quote, I'm going to, end quote. And in this particular time, is when she went to my sister's and then rented her an apartment.
Now, when you got called over there, you don't bring any male folks with you. You don't bring any husbands or brothers or anything with you. You go in there by yourself?
I didn't have anyone there. I was at home alone.
You went into the house yourself?
Right.
Any other incidents that you recall?
When my sister called, I always went because I always knew Claudia would never ever call me unless there was something really bad that she needed.
You felt that you could take care of it without having someone else with you.
I'm not a fearing person. I've always been able to maintain myself in situations.
You mentioned that I want to make sure I've got my time frames here. This was all before Danny had joined the church, the Pentecostal church.
Yes, right.
Can you think of any other incidents during the time period between the time that he resided in the house with your parents to the time that he joined the church that you were personally involved with?
Yes, he would leave home and go stay with my dad a lot. He stayed with me a couple of times. He would just, when it would get so bad, he couldn't stand it any longer. He would go. He would just go to different members in the family. He would go to Artie's. He would go to my house and my dad. He stayed at my dad's house a lot.
All right, and why would he go back home?
Well, for this reason. James Rowling never wanted those children in the first place. When Danny was born, he tried to get Claudia to leave the children with my mother and let my mother raise him. He did not want her taking him home. Now, I was there and I witnessed what happened because I was supposed to be the one to come pick her up and take her home.
Why didn't Danny stay with the family members? That he would stop and...
Because my sister wouldn't let him. She said, quote, no, this is my baby, end quote. And mother insisted that Claudia have her way about it because that was her son, that was her child, and said, quote, we don't leave our children with family to raise, end quote.
How about when they were...
From time to time with this infant, he would bring him over there and he would stay sometimes 2 and 3 and 4 days at a time.
This
quote, Claudia and I need time to ourselves, end quote.
This was when they were babies?
This was when Danny was an infant. Now, when she got pregnant with Kevin, she called me one morning on the phone and she said, quote, could you come over? I need to talk to you, end quote. And I said, quote, well, what is it? End quote. She says, quote, I'm pregnant, end quote. I went to the doctor and she said, quote, Dan, James is going to kill me. I can't tell him about this. He's going to kill me, end quote. And I said, quote, Claudia, well, what are you going to do, end quote. And she said, quote, I don't know what to do. I need to talk to someone, end quote. And I said, quote, well, I don't know what to tell you to do unless you leave. What else can you do, end quote.
We're going now to when Danny's about 13 years old. He's staying with you. He's staying with your sister, Artie, I think you say. Is her name Artis?
Artie, A-R-T-I-E.
And then he stays with your parents sometimes. Why does he return back to his mother and father? Why doesn't he just stay with you, attend school, and go on from there? By Ms. Sedalis. I'm going to ask that Ms. Mitchell be allowed to first answer whether or not she would know that, since you're asking her to comment on what's in someone else's head. By Ms. Singer. If she knows, why is it that he goes home? You're describing a terrible situation. There's never any happiness in the Rolling household.
No.
They're always being yelled at. They're always being struck. They're always saying terrible things. He's coming. He's staying with you. He stays with your sister. He stays with your dad and mom. What is it that brings him back home to that environment?
I don't know. I don't know what was in his mind because Danny at that point was getting to where I didn't understand him. My dad didn't understand him.
He was going through adolescence?
Yes, he was getting rebellious to me when I would try to advise him about something.
My question was about, did Danny ever tell you why, or did you know why he returned home? He'd be living with you for a time. He'd live with your other sister for a time, live with your parents for a time.
My thought of that would be that Danny began to start rambling to stay away from home. First one place and then the other. I don't think he stayed home that much.
Now, is this when he gets involved with the church?
Right. He stayed with my dad a lot when he got involved with the church because my dad was a Christian and he got a lot of learning through my dad.
While Danny was involved with the church, do you recall seeing for yourself any incidents between he and his father?
Because it's such a change in Danny, such a loving change, in the meantime, he married this girl and he's become more settled. He used to come by my job and talk to me. And because he was a delivery boy for a paper company, and he'd come by and have lunch with me and talk to me. And he seemed like he was still nervous, you could tell. He would drop things. He would scratch at his arms. He always done that, or pull at his fingers. He popped his fingers until you could hear his fingers pop.
When he married, do you know how long he had been working for the paper company?
Not really, but it was, I would say, a year or maybe so.
It was over a year that he had that job, do you remember?
Probably, maybe.
Do you remember any other jobs that he had?
No, maybe if I really thought about it, I could, but just off my mind right now, I can't remember of any particular one.
Did you know his wife? I think her name was Ometha.
Yes, Ometha.
Did you know her?
It was very sweet. She belonged to the church that they met in the church, and he seemed to be very happy. I met them in the mall one time when their little girl was born, and he had her on his shoulders like this, a beautiful child, and he seemed to be so calm. They seemed to be real happy.
Do you know how Ometha got along with Claudia and
No.
James's house?
Yes, very well, very well. She loved Claudia. I don't know about James. I never heard her comment on James.
How about seeing them together as a family unit? Did you ever see Danny, Ometha, James Harold, and
No.
Claudia together, for instance, have dinner together or anything like that?
No, I went by there briefly to take my mother and father because Dad had gotten so he couldn't drive, and I picked him up on holidays, on Christmas, I think, but I was only there briefly.
You then didn't really have any interaction with the married couple.
No.
You knew who she was, but didn't really interact with her.
And we would see each other at other relatives, at different times. But when Danny and Kevin grew up and began to get on their own, Kevin joined the service, the Coast Guards, and left home. And Danny, of course, had married and left home.
Do you know whether Danny had joined the military?
I think he did, but I'm not sure about that because, like I say, my family was growing up and marrying off, and I was having.
How frequently, from the time Danny was about 13 to the time Danny was 25, did you actually see him?
Until he married, yes, off and on, I would see him. But most of the time when Danny got 13, 14, 15 years old, he would come to my house because, see, we was forbidden to come there. If he knew about it and if he caught us there would always be confrontation. There would always be, quote, "What are you doing here? You wasn't invited here." Just some kind of remark, the kind to make you angry.
Between that time, that, let's say from the year 15 years of age to 25 years of age, when he was younger, you saw him when he came to your place, and as he was older, how frequently did you see him?
Danny went to the penitentiary for a crime he had done. I'm not really in on what really happened there, but his dad had reported him on something. He would report him with everything, that he would call the police on him and things. But when Danny came back...
Would this be the first time?
I had gone into business. I had gone into a business and retired from my job, and so Danny came to me.
This is after he spent time in the penitentiary?
The first time.
What penitentiary was it?
He had served 2 years in the penitentiary.
What penitentiary was he in?
Now, the first time that he was in the penitentiary, I'm not sure about where he was because I didn't visit, but the second one was in Mississippi, and I visited him there.
Let's talk. Was he still married at the time he was in the penitentiary?
No, he had left and took the baby.
Mrs. Dallas, I'm going to ask if we can have a brief recess. Ms. Singer, yeah, all right. Mrs. Dallas, if you want to ask another question, I need a recess. Ms. Singer, all right, and we can only use it one at a time, so let me get clear here so that when we leave, we can get back on it. By Ms. Singer. As far as Ometha and Danny were concerned, you didn't really have any contact with that family, is my understanding.
I didn't have any kind of really sturdy relationship, no.
And at that point, he was away from home.
Right.
Then he goes to prison at some time after he marries Ometha.
After the divorce.
So they're married and divorced, and he goes to prison at that point. And he's gone twice. One time, you don't know where he was, and the second time, he was in Mississippi.
I'm believing that. I went to visit him, and it was in Mississippi. Whether it was the first time or the last time, I think it was the last time. I'm almost sure it was.
All right, let's stop there then, Ms. Mitchell. By Ms. Singer. Ms. Mitchell, going back on the record now, when Danny was in prison the first time, and I realize you're not sure when you went to visit him, but when he was in prison the first time, when he got out, where did he go to live?
He went home.
He went to live with his mother and father at that time?
Right.
And do you know how long he lived at home before he got in trouble again, or before he went out on his own, perhaps?
It was before the year was up.
He went out on his own, or he got in trouble again?
He moved out once. I gave him a bed and he rented an apartment. I gave him some pieces of furniture and he got a job. He got 2 or 3 jobs different times, but I couldn't tell you where or when or how he would visit me. Like I say, I had opened a business at that time and he'd come in to work for me a couple of times.
What kind of business was that?
I had a craft shop and he'd come and worked for me at odd times when he wouldn't be on his jobs. So I didn't keep up with where he was working or anything like that. All I knew was that his dad did not want him there from the beginning. He said he could not come there.
Come where?
At home, when he got out of the pen the first time.
He couldn't live at home?
He could not live there.
But he did live there for some time.
I don't know if he came around and said he could, or whether or not that Claudia insisted that he come home until he could get a job. Well, then he sure enough did move out, but I don't know what the decisions were there, whether he was forced out or what. I do know that after 3 or 4 months, it was problems that began, because Danny began to say things to me that I knew there was problems there with his dad.
Between he and his father?
Right. He knew his dad didn't want him there, and he said, quote, "Auntie, I'm trying to find a job," end quote. He says, quote, "Since I've been incarcerated, that people don't want to hire me. They don't trust me," end quote. And I said, quote, "Maybe a whole lot of that's in your mind," end quote. But he finally moved out, got an apartment. I don't know where he was working when this happened.
You knew that Danny could not live at home based upon what Danny told you, or based upon what James Harrell told you?
Pardon me?
When you said you knew that he couldn't live at home, was that based upon what Danny himself had told you?
Right.
It wasn't what James Harold had told you.
But aside of that, Danny, when he moved out, I said, Danny, don't move back in now. Hold on to that. But he lost his job, his regular job, and of course he couldn't pay his rent. And then he went to work for a contractor or somebody else, I don't know. He worked for my son some of the time, just different places. But he said as soon as they would find out that he had been incarcerated, they would let him go.
How soon after his release from his first term was he back in jail for the second term?
It was before that year was out, but I don't know for sure, but it was before the year was out.
And you went to visit him in Mississippi?
Right.
Why did you go and visit him in Mississippi?
I took my sister.
You took Claudia up there to see him?
Yes,
How many times did you visit him in the jail?
just once.
Do you know whether or not his father had ever come to visit him in the penitentiary?
No.
Now, after the second time that he was incarcerated, where did Danny come to live after that term of incarceration?
After the second time,
Right.
he came home only with the promise that when he would get a job, he would move out. So he went to stay with my son. My son had a living quarter in the back of his business, and he would stay back there some of the time, but I don't know how often he would stay.
Did he get incarcerated any other time other than those two times that you remember?
No,
You don't remember any other incarcerations?
no,
Do you know whether or not your sister and her family, that would be Kevin, Danny, or James Harold, ever participated in any kind of counseling or therapy?
no, James refused it.
Do you know whether the children ever went through any kind of therapy?
James refused it.
How about as they got older and they became adults themselves?
He said there was nothing wrong with him except meanness.
What about the children? Do you know whether they ever did when they grew up and they were on their own?
No, I know that Danny's teacher had recommended some special care for him.
And when was that? Do you remember?
When he was in elementary school and on into junior high.
Do you have any mental history in your family?
No,
Have you ever had anybody in your family committed to a mental health institution?
no,
How about Claudia? Has she ever been committed to any institution for treatment?
at the time that he tried to force her to cut her wrists with the razor blade, I called the ambulance myself and took her to the hospital. She was put in a ward and the psychiatrist did see her. And after the psychiatrist talked to her, he suggested that James Harold not come about her. So I don't know if she told him the story she told me or not, but I'm sure she did.
Do you have any knowledge of what Danny had actually gone to prison for?
The only thing I know is what he told me.
And that was?
He said that he was on his way. He was trying to get home and he was hungry. And he had gone to a restaurant close to where this place was and had offered to work for food to get home on. And they refused him and was going to call the police on him. And so he went to this place and he had, I think it was a toy gun. I think he said the incident was a toy gun that he had found. And so he held the place up. Now that was stole a truck from somebody's yard and was attempting to drive home.
When he got arrested the second time?
The second time.
Do you know of any other arrests that he had or any other problems with the law that he had other than those two problems?
He and his dad had a fight, and his dad, he'd come in, he'd gotten out of work, and he was trying to find him a truck because one of the places he had worked, the man said if he had a truck, he could use him, for deliveries and things like that. And so I took Danny to a couple of places to look at trucks that Sunday. I called police that he was going for them to pick him up, and I think they picked him up. I wasn't there, I don't know.
You weren't present then.
I wasn't present when the police came or what happened.
He had a fight with his dad, and that's what was reported. Other than that, do you know of any other criminal activity Danny was involved in?
No.
Do you know anything about the criminal activity surrounding the Gainesville homicides? Do you have any personal knowledge about what Danny was doing at that time?
No. He told his mother he was coming home. He was running from the police hereafter, after a shooting with him and his father. You have seen him? Have you? Oops.
You have seen him? Have you talked to him about the shooting with his dad?
No.
Where did you see him?
In court, we went to Tampa, Claudia and Artie and I.
Did you talk to him about any other incidents other than the shooting of his dad?
No, I just greeted him because I didn't want to talk to him about that because I felt he had already told his mother, quote, I'm not guilty of but one thing, and that's the robbery, end quote. He said, quote, I'm not guilty of that. These other things that they have me accused of, end quote. He said, quote, Mom, somebody's got to pay down here, and I know somebody is, end quote. And she said, quote, well, what are you saying, end quote. He said, I feel like a scapegoat.
Is it your impression then that Danny is not guilty of any of the crimes in Gainesville?
No, Danny could not ever kill anybody. I'll never believe it, regardless of what they do. I do not believe that Danny robbed no bank. I don't believe that Danny ever assaulted anyone. Now, Danny has been in my home. Danny has been with my youngest daughter. We adopted a daughter, and he has been with her. She was a teenager. He's been in the home with her. He was never anything except a gentleman. I know a girl that he went with that loved him better than anything. He was a very loving person, and to believe that Danny could ever hurt anybody, I'll never believe it.
Was Danny sorry that he shot his dad?
Yes. He even told his mom when he would call every time, quote, tell my daddy I love him. Tell him I want him to love me, end quote. I seen that boy put his arms around his daddy and beg his daddy to love him. Quote, Daddy, just tell me you love me, end quote.
Now, as far as you said you adopted a daughter?
Uh-huh.
When did that occur?
We adopted her. We had her most of her life, but we decided to adopt her when she was 13 years old.
How old was Danny at that time?
He had already been married and divorced. He was about 20. He was in his early 20s at the time.
When did you first get her? How old was he when you first got her?
He was just a teenager, a young teenager, I'd say, yeah.
When you got her?
Uh-huh.
Is she a family member?
Uh-huh.
She's a family member?
Uh-huh.
She's a niece, nephew, fill in on where she is in your...
She was James's daughter by a previous marriage, but we had her since she was an infant.
She was James who? James Rowling?
My son.
Oh, your son, James. Okay, so she's your granddaughter.
Right.
Okay, we were talking about when he was in prison the second time, and you went to visit him. Was it your understanding when he got out of prison that time that he returned home for a while?
Uh-huh.
Then went to live on his own, is that right?
Uh-huh.
How much contact did you have with he and his father during that time period?
Quite a bit, because he was working extra for me, and I would have to go and pick him up and take him home. And I was greeted with the fact that, quote, he's no good, he's not going to live here, I hate him. One of these days he's going to cross me just a little bit, and I'm going to hurt him. I'm going to hurt him bad. I want him out of here, end quote. That was the tune every time.
Was that said to you, or were you just...
It was said to me.
How did the subject come up?
James Harold would make it possible to come up. He would just start talking about he didn't want him there. He didn't. All his mother does is cook and wait on him, and she's not supposed to wait on him. He's a grown man, and he would start like that. I took him home. I went by one day to get him, to pick him up, and Danny had painted his dad's house that day. And James was sitting in the front yard with a gun with his pistol across his lap, and he was just in a raging disposition. He was really angry. And I said, quote, what is the problem, end quote. He said, quote, I'm going to kill him. When you pick him up, end quote, said, quote, I think he's at Jim's, end quote. That's my son, James. He said, quote, I think he's at Jim's, end quote. He said, quote, I run him away from here and I don't want him back here anymore, end quote. I said, quote, what in the world happened, end quote. He said, quote, I told him to paint that house, this end of that house first, and I come back here and he was painting this end here. I don't want him here anymore. I want him away from here, end quote. Claudia was working, and so I went on to Jim's and picked him up. I said, quote, well, look, let me tell you something. You could get in trouble with that waving that gun around, end quote. He said, quote, "I'm telling you now, you better keep him away from here. I'm going to kill him," end quote.
Did you believe that he would kill him?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Uh-huh, that's a yes.
Okay, the reason?
I'm sorry.
Because you see,
I'm sorry about the uh-huh.
Mr. Nyland, let's take a brief recess there. Before correction, you want to, I want to take about 10 minutes. I'd like to finish this. It'll take a while. You need a break.
penitentiary, you said you did see him occasionally. He was working for your